You just heard Charlotte from the Slint album Tweez. This is Rec Metal Podcast. I'm Mark.
And I'm Jason. And long overdue, probably. We've had a lot of requests through the years of, what would your guys' take be on indie rock and jazz? And, people kind of want to see us spin some different things. And we've tapped our foot into it with like No Twist and a few bands that kind of toe the line and some of this stuff. But
that was a long time ago.
That was a long time ago, yeah. But Slint's definitely, for people that are maybe outsiders of indie rock, they could possibly be a band that you could appreciate because of who they influence, perhaps.
Well, that whole the indie rock term, this day and age, I think it means a lot more. It's a lot different than what it used to mean.
Sure.
When I think of it, is that at least the stuff that I really enjoyed was that Louisville scene that's all post-hardcore, like very young teenage kids doing hardcore bands in the early 80s. Like
early
screaming.
90s, you mean? Oh, okay.
No, early 80s, like
yeah.
The band, like we're going to be talking, like
yeah.
Not the hardcore that people think of, like the post-hardcore, but this is directly post-hardcore indie rock stuff. So they were like, some of these guys are playing alongside of, Negative Approach and those type of like actual, second wave hardcore bands or first wave hardcore bands.
And
really.
I think most of these bands were sort of taking the mantle from, Minutemen and Meat Puppets and Husker Du and Big Black and Black Flag was, I think, the most influential of all of that first wave stuff, along with Dead Kennedys and Minor Threat. But, you see like in the by 84, Husker Du and Minutemen kind of start adding like melodies and like they start doing things with hardcore that no one had thought was going to be sort of done, and that kind of opens like the wave to.
They don't stay the same for very long.
Sure, and that opens the wave to like the Dinosaur Juniors and REMs and those type of bands that kind of form like not the second wave because they're still part of the first wave, but they're very tail end, and those are bands that had like a lot more variety. Sonic Youth, Dinosaur Jr. Those bands sort of grew out of it, So I'm actually reading a book right now, and Slint hasn't come up in it. Albini did quite a bit because there's a whole chapter on Big Black, but it's called Our Band Could Be Your Band, or Our Band Could Be Your Life. Mm-hmm. And I think I talked about it before. It's like each chapter is just about like another band and stuff like that. Starts off Black Flag, Minor Threat, Fugazi, Minutemen, Husker Du, Sonic Youth, Dinosaur Jr., So I just finished the Dinosaur Jr. and I've got the Fugazi chapter. And I think Mudhoney's the last chapter in it and stuff. But yeah, like it was like this weird dulcimer kind of time, the kind of quiet before the indie rock storm that will kind of break loose with like grunge and when MTV finally starts to embrace that stuff. It kind of blows the lid off indie rock, but Slint kind of predates all that. They break up right before Nirvana and Nevermind kind of breaks loose, and they never really got to enjoy the roots of their labor because like the success that this record that we're going to mainly be focused on, which is Spiderland, their masterpiece, all that success was posthumous. You know what I mean? Like
they have gone on to like do a couple reunion tours and stuff too, which of course I missed. But
they almost seem like that kind of a band that didn't realize that they were creating a masterpiece, and then they just sort of walked away to do other things, and then as time has gone on, more and more people have started to appreciate Spiderland for what it for sure is, which is like a masterpiece of whatever you want to call it, indie rock, or some people say it is like Slint is kind of being the forerunners of like math rock and some of that, like Don Caballero and some of those kind of bands that were doing like intricate kind of like time signature, a lot of instrumental kind of stuff, Fucking Champs, like some of those kind of bands. They're maybe louder than Slint was, although Slint has its moments. You heard it in Charlotte there. They do have roots in metallic kind of things, but they're more... I think Slint's like a band that's very much about like extremes, extreme quiet, extreme loud. They really play with that formula.
They remind me of the Velvet Underground a lot.
Yeah, I could see that.
Like more kind of like performance art, especially, Brian's vocals and stuff are not really singing. It's monologuing.
Yes. And it's funny you bring up Velvet Underground because when we get to Spiderland, I have some connections to Velvet Underground for sure. But yeah, you could definitely kind of see that. Song we heard there is from the record we're not really going to spend too much time talking about today, but you kind of have to sort of hear a little bit of it to draw some comparisons so that you appreciate how much they evolve when they get to their second record. And that was Tweez from 1989. It was actually recorded in 87, but it took them a while to, I think, find a label to release it. And it eventually came out in Touch and Go. I don't know if it was originally on Touch and Go. It was re-released in 93 on Touch and Go.
It was originally done by that friend of theirs, just some
Jennifer
lady.
Hartman.
Yeah,
it was Jennifer Hartman. That's what it is. Yep.
She was just some lady that wanted to help put out a record.
Yeah, and I know they thank her in the documentary, the Breadcrumb Trail documentary, like that they just appreciate that she was just somebody that fronted the money to sort of put that up.
But go check that out on YouTube. It was actually a DVD that came in like the 2016 reissue of Spiderland that I picked up.
I'm still waiting to get from Italy.
Oh, did you find one?
I did.
Nice.
It cost more money than I wanted.
Did you get a CD version of it, or?
It's a CD with the DVD that's coming.
Oh, nice.
So it just hasn't arrived yet because it's being shipped from overseas.
Take a while.
And the guy like emailed me. He's like, "Hey, with what's going on right now, shipping costs are going to be this." And I was like, and I hit okay, and I just thought, thank you Patreons for helping support this that I'm paying to record this episode.
Luckily, I was working at a record store when that came out. And I grabbed it.
I should have grabbed it when it came out, but. So if you're not a Patreon to Requiem Metal Podcast, do that right now to help pay for this episode. That would be really nice. We appreciate that. So
I picked up Tweez and just doing research for this episode went down a whole other rabbit hole of.
We're going to be talking about Squirrel Rat. So or
Squirrel Nut Zippers.
But there's a guy in the band called Rat. He was nicknamed Rat. That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah. So,
but going and kind of rediscovering a lot of this era of. Indie rock again. Why I liked it. What kind of did I listen to and was like, yeah, but some of it I was just like,
Well, I think our weird avenue is this, that I was always, I think when we first started hanging out, more the indie rock guy. And then there became kind of a period where something clicked for you. I think it was a combination of me bugging you about stuff. And then you had that one college professor in one of your art professors.
Yeah, it was a printmaking instructor.
Yeah. Yep. So, and he kind of connected. He was saying some of the same things I was saying. So I think you heard it. It was like, oh, okay. So
he's telling me stories about for Carnation and shit like that too. So.
Yep. And that was cool. So it was nice. I was always there's these moments where I can kind of trace back through Mark and I's relationship where there was these big breakthrough moments. One of which was when I left Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which I had been bugging you about for a year, and then I came home from going up to Traverse City for a week, and I was staying with you and your ex-girlfriend at that place by the Pixie where we were sweating all the time, the sweat house. We were putting together some Eclipse issues, and you came back and you were like, "Hey, do you have Buffy the Vampire season 3?" And I was like, "Well, don't you need season 2? Because I left you 1." And they're like, "No, we watched 1 and 2 this week." And I was like, "Oh shit!" So I remember that moment being like, finally, I can share this show that means so much with my best friend. And then when you got into jazz, that was a big breakthrough. When you're like, "Dude, I'm into it," and I was like, "Cool, we can," because I had no one to talk about jazz except Mike at the record store, And then when you got into indie rock, I felt cool, and. It was weird.
You got to find your own. You can be exposed to it, but you got to get that one thing that
absolutely
is the piece that pulls.
And
you
I
in.
think you were ripe for it because I remember having conversations with you when we talk about Catatonia that you liked Jeff Buckley. So I knew that you were there. You just had to find your path there. You know what I mean? And you probably would have found it even before this, but I think when Catatonia covered Will Oldham, that probably would have sealed the deal for you. You would have been okay, but you were already into Will Oldham before that. But I just remember, so that was a fun moment because it's nice, as friends, I have friends that are just metal guys. With Chris, I can talk to him about some indie stuff, but he never delved as much into that.
He has a certain spectrum. He's
more into prog, which is cool. So I can have my prog conversations with him.
Or 80s new wavy related stuff.
The sort of new wave revival stuff or Carpenter Brute. He's really into synth wave stuff and stuff. So it's cool to have different people that you can kind of go to for that stuff. But I first discovered Slint. I don't know where you heard him, but I remember just directly because it was in high school. There's a guy we worked at the record store with, and I think you graduate high school with, named Scott Dealman. And Scott's brother and I grew up together, Drew Dealman, and he was a year below me in school. And Scott would give stuff to Drew, and Scott was way into Fugazi. I think that was his main band, if you remember
absolutely,
Scott. So he was very much into the Discord stuff, which was great because I kind of got into Fugazi. I don't know how I found Fugazi. I found him freshman year. I just bought 13 songs. I think I read about it in a magazine and just would buy stuff just because I thought I needed to know it.
Yeah.
But we were riding in a car. Scott picked us up to take Drew and I somewhere, and Nosferatu Man was on, and I was just like, what is this? This is different, And it was cool because that riff in Nosferatu Man is kind of heavy and kind of dark and metallic and all these sort of things, and so that kind of turned me on to it. And then I don't know when I bought Spiderland, but it was sometime in high school I had it, and so in that documentary they talk about Spiderland, how it's Albini's talking about how it's one of those records, it didn't get any press in 91, but every year it would sell 10,000 records. And so friends of friends were exposing it to people, and people it was spreading grassroots pre-internet. You know what I mean? So by the time you get to the internet era, the second half of the 90s, they had a reputation, and there were a bunch of bands that I think not copycat it, because no one copycatted what Slint did, but bands that were definitely taking more direct influence from it. And suddenly you got this kind of post-hardcore math rock kind of thing that started to become big,
Mm-hmm.
When did you first hear Slint? Do you remember? Was it probably through me? I'm sure I played it for you.
It was you. I think, it was from the Brian Saylor was his name, was the professor.
Okay.
Because I know he talked about them more in For Carnation, because the whole idea of what struck it when he was talking about For Carnation, he's like, these guys turn up their amps all the way and try to play as quietly as possible.
Yeah.
It's that's interesting.
It's a weird ambiance. Yeah. Yep.
And then this is the dude that was, this is the singer and guitar player of Slint as well.
Yeah. No, it's
so that was probably early 2000s or something.
Okay. Yeah, I think 99, 2000, somewhere in that realm. Because I think you and I really started major hanging out in 99, and then 99 through 2003, it was just consistent. So and we were just kind of throwing stuff at each other all the time. So
college, man.
I love college. It was a great time, man. If I could have made a living for the rest of my life just working at a record store, if I could have paid all my bills that way, it would have been great. But there was just no way it was going to happen. So I guess a little backstory. Charlotte, what we just heard there, that's kind of about the most metallic that they get. It's kind of this odd mix, as you heard there, of kind of hardcore punk mixed with kind of a sludgy metallic kind of sound. And that's the thing about Tweez, which is their debut record. It's kind of it's a record that, I don't want to say lacks an identity, but it's definitely searching for an identity a little bit more.
It's not a fully formed kind of thing.
It's got some of the dissonant aspects. It's got some of the it's just not articulated or polished yet. It's a very much in chrysalis at this point.
I think Albini was is always an interesting choice, but I think if they were slightly more fully formed, it would have worked better with Albini, because his production kind of showed all the flaws.
For sure.
And misgivings of a lot of the albums.
I think what it emphasized, though, and I think what Slint is especially strong in, especially by the time Britt gets to Spiderland, is the percussion. Because I think Albini's always been known for his bombastic production, or his bombastic drum production and stuff like that, even you listen to Nirvana in Utero, and this the way Dave Grohl, it just sounds like he's just hitting hard on that record, which is great, But yeah, so I guess a little bit of background. I have some notes. I'll try and make some sense of it and try and get a trajectory here so we can get all this stuff kind of out of the way.
Breadcrumb trail.
Yeah,
breadcrumb trail.
So feel free. Yeah, my own breadcrumb trail. So Dave Pajo and Britt Walford, they were part of a band called Morris that was kind of a metallic band.
They're a hardcore band.
What's that?
They're a
metallic hardcore band. Yep. And then,
so
Britt Walford is the drummer on Slint. David Pajo is, I guess, one of the two lead guitarists, along with Brian McMahon. And I would consider probably Brian McMahon and Britt Walford are the twin engines. And then Dave Pajo kind of finds his way in. He's the late arriver kind of to the scene.
He's the one that's bringing a lot of the harmonic stuff. They talk about that a lot in the documentary.
Yeah.
Most of the songs start out with picking above, the top, the bridge and stuff, like all those weird kind of things that go on to become like a.
Well, and I'll point out how like the two guitarists pick different ways. Mm-hmm. One does down picking and one does up picking on some of the songs, and we get to it, and they do it almost on purpose, and it creates like this weird counter thing. It's like if you had two like saxophone players and one was playing backwards and the other was like it kind of goes So the three guys that sort of form things, that kind of the formation of this band kind of comes out of is back in high school and even I think in middle school, Britt Walford, Brian McMahon, and Will Oldham are kind of growing up together. And they kind of threw together their own weird garage band that was called Languid and Flaccid. All right. And they added Ned Oldham on bass. And so they kind of were doing that. And out of the sort of formation of this sort of garage band, you get a couple things. You get Squirrel Bait Youth, which eventually just drops to the Youth and becomes Squirrel Bait. And that's where it's Walford and McMahon, and I think Oldham drops out at that point.
Yeah.
And then they add in a guy named Clark Johnson and David Grubbs. And David Grubbs will eventually leave, and he'll go on and form Gasser del Sol, which is a band I was kind of really into that was also, I think, a Drag City band.
I think so.
And then that's where they add Walford on bass for a while. All right, so Walford comes in on bass, okay, and they drop the Youth, and they just become Squirrel Bait. At the same time, a band called Maurice kind of starts up, and they're very aggressive. And they add a guy who I think was singing for them, this local kind of weirdo named Rat. That's who's nickname. McMahon leaves Morris. So Morris was another side project from Squirrel Bait that was a lot more metallic. And when McMahon leaves Morris, they add this local kid who was like the local shred legend named David Pajo. And so, like, David Pajo is the first guy, I think, that entered that scene that was, like, a straight-up kind of metalhead. And he was, like...
He's a rocker, for sure.
And he could play, like, fucking, like, scales. And, like, all these other kids, they're all, like, 13, 14, 15. Like, none of them could do shit on a guitar. And so he was clearly the most, like... He was just a big deal. And in the book, I got a lot of my notes, by the way. I should give some credence because we talked about the documentary. But one of the other big things that helped me was one of the 33 and a third books from Scott Tennant that was just about Spiderland. And so a lot of good backstory stuff there. But he says when Pajo shows up, he transformed the whole Louisville scene. He like kind of put everybody on edge. Like they're like, oh shit, like
he's good.
This guy's good. We need to like get our shit together and stuff like that. And so then McMahon then goes off. He quits Maurice and joins Squirrel Bait, and that's when they link up with Steve Albini. And then we're kind of off to the races. So he started to befriend Steve Albini. I think they played some shows together, maybe with Big Black or Rape Man or whatever the fuck his post Big Black band was before Shellac, something like that. So then Squirrel Bait recorded with Homestead Records, and Homestead Records is like where like Dinosaur Jr.'s early stuff was. They were kind of I think it was out of Boston. It was just kind of a real local.
That makes sense.
It wasn't quite SST, but it was kind of in that like lower tier kind of indie label kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And they recorded with Homestead Records, but then they kind of start slowly dissolving as a lot of the older members are starting to go off and go to college. And then Pajo and Walford are in Squirrel Bait, and they're starting to. Oh no, I'm sorry. And then Pajo and Walford are in Maurice doing weirder shit. So half the band is wanting to do like traditional like metallic kind of punk. Mm-hmm. And then Walford and Pajo are starting to do these weird like elliptical like fucking instrumental like weird shit. And the band like starts hating each other. Like they're just divided into two camps or whatever. And so those two guys, David Pajo and Britt Walford, break off. All right. And then they bring in a guy named Ethan Buckler to play bass. And Ethan Buckler will become the bass player for Tweez. And now you have Slint. Mm-hmm. And so he's going to leave after Tweez, and he's going to form his own band called King Kong, which was on Drag City. So if you can follow all this shit, good for you. Then in November of '86, they're playing a show live. These three guys on stage, and Brian McMahon's in the audience, and he's kind of like into it. Like he's like the only guy in the audience that's like getting what they're doing. And 2 months later, he's in the band.
Brian, he went to. It was like this weird. It's like back when they actually had like special performing arts high schools.
Yeah,
they
all
went to school together,
weird,
so that was like
school.
a reconnection.
Yep, for them. And so they all kind of had known each other or whatever. And so then when he joins the band, he's like, "Hey, I know this guy that like records music named Steve Albini." So he joins in like January of 87, and they record Tweez in the fall of 87. But it doesn't get released till 89, you know? And so when you talk about Tweez, which we got two more songs from Tweez that we'll kind of play. Tweez is like this weird, it's you know, weird metallic qualities. I think the book mentioned that it's an album, and even the guys from Slint claim they were recovering metalheads. It's an album made by recovering metalheads when they made this record, which just made me laugh a little bit, you know. And a lot of the tunes were conceived as instrumentals, and that's always been kind of the approach of Slint, right? Is they kind of do the songs first, and then they're like, oh, I guess this one can have lyrics, or who's going to sing, and like they kind of like it's all made up kind of on the fly. Yeah, which is it's very jazz-esque or something, you know what I mean? There's like an improv kind
Britt went on to play with a bunch of weird like old jazz players too after like the Breeders and stuff.
Yeah, yeah. So it's very strange, and there's this there's kind of this interesting quote from the book where it says, "Tweez is a record made by young kids who seem to be simultaneously running toward and away from the sounds of their record collections." Like they don't know. They're like, I think they're very consciously trying to not sound like a hardcore band. Yeah. They're very consciously trying to sound like something new, but they don't really know what the something new is.
Well, when they started, you know, like Maurice and a lot of those, some of them, the kids were so fucking young that like at that age, you don't really but if you like create some type of thing at that age, of course you're going to keep, you know, pushing, try to get away from what you were and
sure. Yeah.
You know, all that kind of thing.
It's funny because one of the things they point out in the book is that McMahon and Pajo, the two guitar players, were using EMG pickups, which is what Megadeth and Anthrax were using. And Britt Walford wanted the drums to sound like Samhain. So like
it's like a mess.
Yeah, so it's just a fucking mess. You know, he loved Initium, and he wanted like the drums to sound like Initium, like the drums on that record. Yeah. But yet collectively amongst the four of them, they all love Minutemen, Meat Puppets, Husker Du, and Big Black. So like, it's kind of like you and I. Like we are into so many things. If you and I actually sat down and we're like going to write like a diatribe, an intellectual diatribe of like what we wanted our band to sound like, it might be messy. Like you would probably be like, let's go fucking simple, catchy, like Immortal, like crust riffs or something like that. And I'd be like, what about this weird thing Fugazi did this one time with this? You know, like we'd just be like, what the fuck? How are we going to put all this together? Yeah, if we even knew what we were doing. Yeah. But I just think of how I think about music, and it'd be hard for me to settle on something like always just simple. You know what I mean? Yeah. Because of how I think and how my brain works. Like, granted, I don't have the talent to back it up, so it's just all hearsay or whatever, but it is kind of fascinating to sort of think about, you know.
But also these guys, I don't think anybody was thinking long term.
Well, and they're all, I was just going to say, all four guys are finishing high school when they record Tweez. Like, they don't, like what are you thinking about in high school, you know?
You think it's just like, cool, we're going to put out a record, then we're going to go to college or not or whatever.
Well, and the guys were constantly like in and out of college too, according to the book. Like,
yeah, like Brian dropped out.
They would drop out to like focus on the band, but then like there's this poll like, should I have dropped out? Like, what are we doing? Is this going to make money? Is it not? Yeah. Are we going to do this long term? You know, like no one really settled on anything. You know?
I think before they recorded Tweez, I think they were down in Britt's basement like 5 days a week. Their parents are talking about the documentary.
Like 8 hours a day.
Yeah.
Like they were so like efficient for the Spiderland songs. They almost had like worked out like I remember reading the book and
there's demos in the reissue too.
Yeah, but I remember reading the book where they would talk about they would like work on trying to get like this dissonant part right for like 6 hours just to get this like weird ringing tone right. And it's the kind of shit that'll like make you lose your mind probably. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like they probably over practiced in a way.
Well, and there's some strong personalities in the, like, I know like Brian's pretty kind of like even keeled, quieter dude. And Britt's kind of like a manic, what would you call him? Like a savant.
Sure. Yeah.
He's kind of like, he doesn't really have to deal with the real world at all. He kind of is just like, you know, here's the music and you do whatever you're going to do. And
his parents seemed to kind of just support whatever he was doing.
Yeah, he never had any like repercussions for anything bad. Like he had some pretty crazy behavior in college and shit and didn't have to really deal with any of it.
So then on this record, and we're going to hear it in this next set, the reason I selected Ron and Darlene is Ron is the opening song of Tweez. And if you've ever heard Tweez, you probably remember the first time you heard it because there's basically what Albini was doing in the studio is he would just record them like talking without them knowing that he was recording them.
Yeah.
And he would just like loop that into the music because there weren't lyrics for like a lot of these songs and stuff like that. And so it just sounds so like, I mean, to me, what I hear in a song like Ron is like, this is almost kind of like it's like the connecting tissue between like Dinosaur Jr.'s kind of slacker guitar rock and like what Pavement's about to do with like literally launching like slacker rock.
Yeah.
Almost like this is a band that literally just doesn't give a shit to the point where like they don't even bother with like words. They're just recording like dissonant conversations. You know what I mean? And to me, that was like, that's kind of fascinating. It's a happy accident. You know, it's Albini that kind of does this, but I think it gives you some insight into like what Mark was bringing up, this idea that they didn't really have any goals or dreams. They're just like kind of lucklessly throwing together ideas and kind of like, all right, this works. Cool. This is cool. You know, and to actually like record that is weird. There's that whole part in like the documentary, which they spent way too much time on, I thought, where they were talking about how they had like tape recordings of them like farting. Do you remember that? Yeah, it's really strange.
I think it must have been some type of inside joke. It's like they tape trading fart tapes.
Yeah, or something like that. And supposedly they were using some of the sounds from that maybe in the studio. Who fucking knows? But
I mean, they're at that age. Could you imagine like having free reign in a fucking studio to do stupid shit?
We did in Mount Pleasant's studio. Chris Reza, who was a German foreign exchange student that came over, we in Grindcore Coon, that was the band I had. We called ourselves Anal Electrocution just for like laughs, and it was going to be a guy in a toilet with his hair like fucking shooting up like he was being electrocuted in the toilet. Again, we were 16. This is like, this is funny, you know. So like, we just had a lot of fucking time to like go in there, and we recorded a song about Topeka, Kansas. It's fucking dumb. You know what I mean? But like, whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know. So, but yeah, so that's one of the reasons I picked Ron, because it's the opening song, and it just shows you sort of like how non-committed they are to a lot of things. But then the other song that I counter it with is a song called Darlene. And the reason that I think this song is really important, if you're kind of interested in the story of Slint, is to me, this is one of the songs that points to where Slint is kind of heading. It's very quiet. It's got eerie guitar arpeggios that sort of are working against the kind of and fighting with the rhythms a little bit. And Brian McMahon is kind of doing this like monotone monologue. And to me, that's like the formula for Spiderland in a way.
Yeah.
You know, it's like quiet, loud, but there's like intricate music that's like kind of dancing around with kind of complicated rhythms. Because I think Britt, the drummer, is really crucial, like the things that he's doing with like the drum sounds on Spiderland. Like you think of like the drumming on Nosferatu Man, and it's not every drummer could do that. And it's following
this. It's doing the same type of like sound as the guitars are.
Yeah, it's playing. Yeah, it's not doing what a normal drum would do.
Or like how Spiderland was named after Brian's brothers like played him demos. He's like, sounds like spidery music.
So it's like Brian, I think his name, or not Mike McMahon. I think who's like in a band now. I can't remember what he's in. A lot of those guys, like even their brothers, like went off and did shit.
Oh, that's the whole scene's that way. It's just incestuous.
Very incestuous. And Louisville is. I haven't been to Louisville.
I just know people that live there, and that's how they say
You've been down there for comic conventions, right?
I've been down, many times.
What's your vibe on Louisville?
I mean, it's different than it was, but a friend of mine that lives down in Lexington now, but he grew up in Louisville. Mm-hmm. So he's like 45, 46, right around the same age as me. And he was about 5 years younger than most of this stuff. Yeah. But he remembered that scene. But he's like I don't know, it wasn't that big.
Yeah.
It wasn't as big as because it's, none
of these blew up until like later. Like I said, it was almost like posthumous success and stuff.
A lot of the
second half of the 90s, really.
Yeah, I think a lot of the stuff didn't really, like the bands didn't stick around, or they just, it was more of a local scene. It wasn't a big deal.
Sure. Yep.
But it's kind of amazing looking back at all the bands that came out of there.
Yeah.
Like the ones that last.
Yeah. We'll highlight some of those near the end of the show a little bit, but the one thing I want to mention, because I think it's a good counterpoint to what we're going to talk about with the lyrics in Spiderland, is McMahon's monologue in Darlene is just about two platonic friends who sort of decide to hook up. And what I wrote is it's pretty low hanging fruit compared to like the high concepts that they're going to get into next album.
Yeah, absolutely. It's how many years apart is it? 4?
Well, yeah, if they record this in 87, 91, Spiderland. So there's a lot of growth that's about to occur here. And so that's Darlene. And then Buckler leaves on bass because he's unhappy with Albini's production, and he's going to be replaced by Todd Berkshire on bass. And the first recording with Todd Berkshire we're going to hear at the end of this set, and we'll talk maybe a little bit more about the song Glenn. But Glenn could have been the first song for Spiderland. It really is kind of the creative breakthrough for the band in a lot of ways. The drum production from Albini finally works here, I think, because they're a better band 2 years later. They know what they're doing a little bit.
Absolutely.
And so, Glenn is a song that got released on a 10-inch EP posthumously in 1994. And so a lot of people don't know that this song actually predates Spiderland. Both Glenn and... I can't remember what the other song on this record is, but Glenn's the better of the two songs on it. And
it's just a picture of a guy bleeding out in the snow.
yeah, it looks like something from like an old noir movie, or something like that. But and a lot of people believe that Glenn is what Tweez was supposed to sort of sound like if they had like known what they were doing.
Okay.
Yeah.
In retrospect,
because Albini did it, what I mean? So like if you want to know what like a confident Slint sounds like with Albini, because Albini won't do Spiderland, Glenn's about your best indication or whatever. So, but yeah, let's get into it. Let's get into this trio of songs that would be kind of the and then we'll really spend the rest of the time on Spiderland. So we've got Ron and Darlene from Tweez, and then we've got Glenn from the Slint 10-inch single. Enjoy.
Oh, all right.
Are fucked up. It's only coming out at one side. Like should I just bear with it or what? Shit. They're fucked. Man, no. Wait. Please give me some new headphones. They were the kind of people that made you feel good to be around. one day they started acting kind of funny, kind of weird. They started being seen exchanging tokens of affection, and it was rumored that they were engaging in.
That was Glenn, Darlene, and Ron. Sounds like a cool like 80s like sitcom.
Captain Ron
with Darlene and Glenn. So, but the thing about Glenn, that last tune we heard, I mentioned, is this what Tweez was supposed to sort of sound like? But it's still metal, it's still metallic, it's still got palm muting, which you heard a lot of on Tweez. But like it's really playing a lot more with the loud quiet dynamics, and there's a lot of like cool rhythmic repetition. Especially like what Walford's doing with this sort of weird like locomotive kind of propulsion kind of thing, which is what he's going to really do a lot on Spiderland. And Walford in particular, he's kind of on a really interesting kind of journey as a drummer, because after they record these songs with Albini in '89, he goes off. Apparently Albini introduced him to Kim Deal when the Pixies were kind of hanging out or whatever.
Yeah.
And Kim Deal like invited him to like come and play drums on the Breeders for their debut Pod. And he's on Pod and then the EP that follows.
Yeah.
So he's not on Cannonball, which is like their big breakthrough song, but
he could have made some nice residuals,
but he has like, he uses like weird names on it.
Yeah, they're all pseudonyms.
They're pseudonyms and stuff like that. It's pretty funny. And so it's when he gets back that things really get intense. And that's the 6 to 8 hour a day sessions of practicing and things like that. And they're really focused on these kind of intense intricacies and things like that. And so as we about to get into Spiderland, I wanted to share, I got a couple quotes set aside, but this is one from the New Yorker in 2005. So this is, a decade and a half after Spiderland. And it's a writer, Sasha Frere Jones, keyed in on why, to Slint's credit, the genre spawned by Spiderland did not take hold. She says, Spiderland was partly responsible for the inebriation and increasing insularity of independent rock music during the 90s, a decade in which hip-hop, teen pop, and dancehall, by contrast, became ever more formally omnivorous and pleasurable. The problem was that Slint did not create a simple, easily imitated beat like Bo Diddley, or an elemental song like the Sex Pistols' Anarchy in the UK, which anyone could learn to play. Slint, or Spiderland, because of the two had become interchangeable, was like that grilled cheese sandwich bearing the face of the Virgin Mary, an unlikely and irreproducible marvel. So, like, that's the thing. When we talk about who Slint influenced, no one sounds like Slint. And it's a singularity what they're about to create here.
Yeah. That's why it's hard to kind of break down, like, this isn't really an album you pull singles from usually.
Yeah. I mean,
or it's difficult. I like to listen to the whole thing
because I would. That's kind of. But for me, it would be Nosferatu Man, Washer, Good Morning Captain. Those are like the three kind of bigger songs, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right.
Everything kind of sounds
tough.
This. It's all has like there's a certain quality to the whole thing that it's not every song sounds distinct and different.
Well, and I think too, this was intended to be listened to as like a whole.
Yeah. And it seems like a whole piece of music, yeah.
And if you remember, I don't think it's on the CD copy. Oh, no, it is. It is. It says this recording is meant to be listened to on vinyl. It's that big. And I remember always sort of seeing that. And that was before I had a record player. And, I came about like in the transition from cassettes to CDs, let alone when vinyl made its comeback or whatever. So it never really entered my mind to pick this up on vinyl, although I think I have it on vinyl now upstairs. And it's because the three songs on each side are meant to sort of like fit together as like a cohesive piece.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how we're going to sort of lay things out, is we're going to listen to tracks 1 through 3, talk about them, listen to them, and then come back and listen to 4 through 6, because that's how it was recorded. That's how it was intended, sequenced. You know what I mean?
I think for the most part, it was all recorded live in the room together, except for the overdub of the vocals.
For the most part, yeah. And I think they had done, like I said, a lot of the legwork ahead of time because they had practiced things to almost like into a pulp, where it was almost like innate second nature, some of the decision making that they were sort of doing.
Yeah.
I think you hear that in the demos. The demos are not that far away from the actual like cleaned up recordings, Yeah,
I think on the documentary there's even there's some live recordings of this before it was recorded as well. So like people knew these songs because they played them out and stuff, but there was no vocals on them.
Yes. Yep.
Until the actual recording.
Yeah, and the vocals became like the 11th hour kind of thing, and we'll talk about that. So the story is that Well, obviously you've got the new bass player, Ethan, is in the band, but I guess Albini, he was scheduled to record Jesus Lizard, one of their records, when Slint
Goat,
wanted
I think,
to Goat.
Or
yeah.
no, well, there's a song on Goat, Mouth Breather, that's about Brit.
Yes, yes, it is.
I don't know if that's the one he was recording, but
yeah, I think it was on that. And so they knew that Albini wasn't available, and in the interviews, they kind of talked about how they wanted to move kind of beyond Albini in general. They just kind of wanted to do something like a little bit sort of different. And so it's on the drive up to, I believe, Madison, Wisconsin, to see another guy that I think Brian knew through somebody named Brian Paulson. He was a friend of Albini's. Okay, yeah, he knew McMahon and Walford from the Chicago scene.
I think he was almost just like an engineer too. He hadn't done much producing himself.
And that's when the sort of weird accident happens. And that's when Brian McMahon gets hit by a car. And I thought I had some kind of notes about it, perhaps. Yeah, so they felt like they wanted to go with someone else, so he's on the drive up there, and I think the car, for whatever reason, like, I don't know, something was wrong with it, so he pulled over the side of the road, and he got clipped by another car that was driving past him and thrown into the windshield, and he was pretty rough shape, and I guess the ambulance call, when the ambulance arrived, it was like code 138 or whatever. And like Brian, I don't know if he was in he was unconscious, obviously. And when he woke up in the hospital, he was like yelling like 138 or something like weird like that.
Oh, he was making a Misfits reference. The We Are 138.
We Are 138.
Yeah.
But the code was 138 or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's just this like weird, like, what? It was like a weird, I don't know. You get what I mean? It was just kind of like a, And I think from what
the whole thing's like a David Lynch movie.
It is. It's very, it's like the fucking scene in Wild at Heart where they find What's-Her-Nuts on the side of the road with the blood pouring out her face during the Chris Isaac sequence.
Yes.
Cheryl and Fenn.
Yes.
And she's just like, have you seen? And she's just like, ooh, So I think, it's alluded to, but nobody in the book talks, like he hints at it and the documentary hints at it, but I don't think Brian was okay.
No, well, they say something about that after Spiderland was recorded. He checked into a hospital. Which, when you were talking about, I forgot about the accident part. Mm-hmm. I was like, no, I think he signed into a psychiatric hospital.
And it might have been both because of whatever,
could have some neurological issues,
neurological stuff that was going on. But he obviously had some anxiety stuff, some PTSD, perhaps. And
I mean, and if that's not evident in these songs and his performances, some of the like the vulnerability in his voice and like how fragile he sounds in a lot of these.
For sure. Yeah, and like,
I couldn't imagine this stuff even being played live now. I don't know how. I've never listened to any of their live shit like on YouTube or anything.
I watched some videos and stuff, but yeah, it's they don't move on stage. They're very like stationary, and it's I guess when they played a couple shows in England, I think it was them. Some of the shoegaze bands really like kind of honed in on them a little bit because they were like they weren't moving either, and they were just like kind of focused on that. And even when you hear like even that song Glenn, which we just heard, it really does predict some of like the post-rock kind of gaze stuff that happens in the late 90s, early 2000s, whether it be like bands like Mono, Mogwai, which we'll talk about Mogwai
Red
a little
Sparrows,
bit later.
all that kind of shit.
Yeah, like there's kind of some of that energy in a song like Glenn, which I mentioned still had the palm muting kind of metallic kind of qualities to it, Yeah, so and that's what kind of gets us to Spiderland here. And so they go in and they record Spiderland. And so let's kind of jump into Spiderland, I guess. One last thing about Spiderland that I think was interesting, I was sharing with Mark, is they were kind of wanting to capture the spirit of like an old Delta blues record from the 30s. And when they went to Brian Paulson, they basically wanted him to capture that unaffected energy on this record, which they actually pull off. And there's like this weird Robert Johnson kind of like mythical feeling and atmosphere to it.
I think that in a lot of the lyrics, especially later on into the final song.
Yeah, when you get to Washer for Dinner and Good Morning Captain, that side B is kind of like.
But those seem like they could have been like an old ballad written in the 1800s.
Yeah,
it's that kind of like weird timeless vibe.
Absolutely. And kind of along those lines, let me see here.
I mean, Breadcrumb Trail's got the, all the circus or the carnival shit, fortune teller stuff, but like nothing is of that era at all.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. Here's to give you a sense of how fucking weird this record is. If you haven't listened to it, here we go. Every song on Spiderland, every song foils all standard rock expectations. There are no classic choruses, no real hooks, hardly anything to sing along to, nothing to dance to. Most of the lyrics are written as paragraphs. The rhythms, the resolutions, the arrangements are all miles off from typical rock and roll tropes. Spiderland is a cold, haunting album made by a bunch of punk rock and metal dudes who had zero interest in embracing the machismo or bravado of those forms. So when in the 39th minute of this 39-minute album, the band finally locks into a fucking rock rhythm and the fucking singer screams his fucking head off and repeats the same fucking 3 words over and fucking over, fuck, man, I miss you. And that's where we're heading, We'll talk about Good Morning
Isn't that Brit that does the scream, though, at the end?
Yeah, I have it all written down. I'll get to it when we get to it. I have a lot of notes, especially about song 4, 5, and 6. I've just got like shitloads of notes, so be prepared, people. I'm sorry. I apologize ahead of time. But I think
you come to us for the thoroughness.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess when we get to Breadcrumb Trail, which is going to kind of kick things off. So we'll talk about these 3 songs, and then we'll play, and then we'll come back and talk about the next ones. But What's your take on this song? Before I don't have a lot on this song because as the songs increase, I just added more and more notes. So
it just, thematically, it seems like a prologue to the whole. It's just kind of like getting a rough idea of what you're about to encounter.
Yeah, and you get the oscillating. It's like that beginning. It's like a stop, start, stop, start.
Yeah.
It's like a staccato, like
Yeah. But it's almost like a round robin song where like it starts, with guitar that's kind of doing the same thing, and then bass is doing slightly
like dissonant,
different.
yeah.
And they almost feel like they're going to come back together at some point, but they never do.
So in terms of what this song's about, it's about a person who visits a fortune teller at a carnival, and they go into the fortune teller tent to like have a conversation with them, and they convince the fortune teller to leave the fortune telling tent and go on a roller coaster together. And that's when like the pace of the song increases, is when they're like riding the roller coaster together.
Yeah.
And then after the roller coaster ride is done, they part ways. And that's when the song like descends back into kind of like a quiet, anticlimactic kind of ending.
And there's some, kind of singing.
Yeah.
On the song.
There's like
I'm not sure if that's
stories being
if
told.
Britt's doing the singing and Brian's doing the.
I think Brian's doing a lot of the singing on this song.
Okay. I just don't think he does the scream at the very end, but.
Brit's.
I think there's
Brit's
like
on Don
vocals.
Aman. Don Aman is all Brit for the most part.
Okay.
He's the lead vocals. He wrote the lyrics and music for Don Aman too. Brit he might be on Breadcrumb. I didn't write that down. I apologize. Brian is singularly Washer.
Okay.
For Dinner is the instrumental. Good Morning Captain, I believe, is Brian as well. I think. But Brit might be Nosferatu Man and Breadcrumb then too. So maybe he's like side A is a lot of Brit kind of stuff. I can usually tell them together, but
Well, like the more mumbly, like quiet. If you hear him talk, exactly which
Brit,
Brian's stuff is.
Is that, and then
like the nasaliness
like
of Brian's
breathy.
voice.
Yeah,
you can understand. Like you can pick him out easier, I think.
And what's interesting, we get to Washer, and I don't want to like kind of get too ahead of myself. I think you could make a pretty good argument. I know there's a band from Discord that gets kind of credited with sort of accidentally maybe inventing some roots of what would be called like emo core, which is Rites of Spring. But I think Washer is a pretty good indication of like what the best elements of like early emo core were supposed to be, which is this like almost slit your wrists vulnerability.
Yeah.
Just true emotional outpouring of true vulnerability. And like early Sunny Day Real Estate records and even Weezer Pinkerton, like they captured that before like the poppier elements took over with like Promise Ring and all the shit that I didn't care about. But there was like a brief 2 or 3 year period where like people that worked at the record store with us that were more into punk and hardcore, like Evie.
It was like the next thing.
Like emo core was like, it had some like depth to it. And then it like became like new metal and it just became kind of a gross whatever thing. But, I don't know. I could see people who listen to a song like Washer going off, who liked punk rock, kind of saying, "Ooh, I can like take talking vulnerability into punk," which has never really been there before, you know.
But the interesting thing to me about it is this: none of this seems personal. It seems like it's personal feelings put through, you know, the veil of another story. Not like how emo stuff was very just like, oh, beating you over the head sometimes with how.
And Washer's up for
grabs.
Washer might be the only song I might disagree with you on, but I don't know. It's like unconfirmed. But like if there was any song that like to me felt like maybe it was coming
it's
from
not
like
blatant.
a place.
Yeah. Like I think the feelings behind all the songs are real, but
sure.
I think that at least the stuff that Brian was more involved in seems to have maybe be veiled and a little bit more nuanced than, you know, a little bit of fiction.
So then you get to what for me was my first favorite Slint song, and to me like probably the heaviest song in like a consistent way, or at least the most like metallic sounding song, which is Nosferatu Man. You know, a lot of quiet, loud, lots of polyrhythms. The verse is in 5/4, the chorus is in 6/4 with some 3/4 mixed in. So they're like, just they're like I said, them practicing 6 to 8 hours a day. They're super locked into what they're kind of doing.
And they played the songs forever. It's not just like I think that's how they broke a lot of them. Somebody'd start something and they just keep going until it made sense, but then just repetition.
Yeah, and McMahon's playing like the sort of churning guitar, and Pajo's playing like that high pitched like.
He's hitting harmonics on
every harmonic lead over top everything. So during the inert part of the song, all right, it's like the part where it's like the song's like a little bit more calm. It's a story of a prince and a queen living inside a castle. That's like the verse. Then you get to the chorus, and the chorus is like more aggressive, and that's where like the action kicks in. And that's the prince outside chasing a mortal girl to sort of kill, because like him and his sister are like vampire like lovers. They're kind of into each other. And it creates like an intensity of the rhythms during the chorus because of what's actually happening. So the music is actually capturing the action, kind of like the roller coaster and Breadcrumb Trail, right? Which I think is kind of interesting because they're conceiving almost like jazz. They're telling stories instrumentally and then like applying, oh, well, this sounds like an increase in pace. Like it's a chase scene. So let's make it the lyrics into like a chase scene here.
Yeah, I think they were letting the stories are already told. They're making them more explicit by adding the lyrics.
Yeah.
But really the story was already told before.
Sure. And so this kind of gets sad because when sad, it depends on who you're rooting for here. Are you rooting for the mortal girl or the prince? Because during the chorus part of it, when the prince is chasing the girl then gets away. All right, the prince goes back inside the palace, and his sister, the queen, is dead, and he's kind of holding her at the end, like her dead body held by the prince. Which he was actually in love with his sister the whole time, which is this weird vampire Oedipal fucking weird.
The Palace Brothers.
Yeah, it's some weird shit. Yeah, exactly. And I think what's interesting about this song is, to me, this shows just how far they've grown from Tweez. These are like the DIY indie rock bands, who were just kind of making it up as they went, who are like really locking into some like intense musicianship. And this is where like a lot of math metal will borrow from Slint, because what Slint was doing with time signatures and all these other things was pretty incredible, know. And they're almost saying to like these indie rock bands, like, do better, like step up your game.
It doesn't sound like Dream Theater though.
No, it's progressive
it's
without
simple.
pretension.
Yeah. What's complicated is the pattern's not what they're doing necessarily.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're not showing off, but what they're doing, it's like Voivod Angel Rat.
Yeah.
Right? Like they're just doing things that are like abstract without like kind of putting a spotlight, kind of showing off.
Like
in a way.
Good progressive, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean,
not like playing a Chapman
and that
stick
gets into like the very definition of what is progressive, which we talked about back when we did those episodes with Wagner. And that's what he kind of launches into. But what did you have to say about Nosferatu Man? Because like I said, this was always my favorite song, like kind of growing up with Slint. It's changed. It's probably Washer now, but
yeah. I'm trying, because everything's so. I've never listened to this outside of the entire album, so it's all the whole album builds to the crescendo
sure
end, really. So this is it's almost taking like complicating the pattern a little bit from what they established in the first song.
Sure. Yeah. It's definitely, like I said, it goes from 5/4 to 6/4 with some 3/4. They're just doing like a lot of kind of interesting.
It just
things
seems, like because from the first, it's difficult to even explain what I'm trying to say, but it's like you're almost like walking deeper and deeper into like more and more crowded woods
For sure.
or something with all the stuff that's coming.
And it
at
makes
you.
sense. It's a song about vampires and like a castle, like in
Yeah.
Romania or something. You know what I mean? It's got like that Carpathian. It's got a darkness, a dark cloud over it, and that's why I think if you're a metalhead struggling with this, like Nosferatu Man is like a great song to start with because it's not like bright indie rock. You know, this album's not bright at all.
I think when it first starts out, it has this sound where you think you know where it's gonna go, and it's gonna be kind of like like a sing along chorus or something. That it just gets more eerie, and the whole thing reminds me of like a fairy tale. You're getting more and more lost until the very end of it.
It's like kind of like a Lynch movie meets like I think of like The Lighthouse or something like that. You know, this recent film where like it's like this mythical descent into madness or something like that. But yet it's like beautiful. There's like a beautiful aspect to it, but it's like also like uncomfortable.
And there's like a fantasy aspect to where it doesn't feel like it's real life.
And that's the kind of the mermaid you know, that kind of like what am I seeing? What's real? What's, you know,
and like how much is supposed to be allegory and, you know, or just weird or, you know.
But there's even something melancholy about the idea of like this fortune teller who like lives this sort of like solitary life of sadness being brought out of her tent and having like one like
a moment
fun
of joy
moment and then like going back. Like, that's like a sad like vignette, you know.
That's like like a really downtrodden look at the, you know, inevitability of life.
Yeah. It's like a noir movie or something.
like the
subplot. So
you're in the spot that you know as a child. You have this exciting, you know, time as a young adult, and then it's drudgery the rest of your life that you have to accept.
Sure. Well, and then we get to I think the biggest musical departure of the whole album, and it should be noted that this song, Donna Mom and For Dinner, the instrumental, were the last two songs written. So if you were kind of like wondering where would Slint have gone after Spiderland, it might have been more songs like Donna Mom, which is like this. You know, there's no drums, but Britt Walford wrote all the music, did the lyrics, and does all the lead vocals. And it's really, you know, McMahon plays the guitar, and then Dave Pajo is the only other musician on the track. So it's really just like those three guys. There's no bass, really, unless Pajo does a little bit of bass, but it's not, Ethan's not on it, you know. So it's a really depressed atmosphere, and it's a story of a man who's quietly suffering a paranoid panic attack while he's stuck at a party.
Don stepped outside.
Yeah, and so it's kind of this frayed nerve, and it's got this like halting, barely held together kind of like like guitar riff and stuff. This is where Pajo is hitting guitar in the downstroke, Walford's hitting it on the upstroke, and Pajo's pan to the left, and he's pan to the right. And so you get these like kind of weird, if you're listening to it, and this is why you should listen to it on vinyl with like headphones, because you'll like pick up these like tones, and they're probably trying to like hit these like dissonant notes that are sort of crashing against each other.
The last time I was listening to this, I had headphones on, and I don't think I'd really listened to it much with headphones on. It'd always been like on a stereo or in the car or something. And I was on a ladder working on this awning thing. And it now that you say that, it seems like it might give you like a slight bit of vertigo.
Yep.
Like slightly off, makes you a little slightly off base when you're listening to it.
And what they said is their idea was to do almost like an anti-double track and anti-overdub. It was like not meant to sync up on purpose.
Yeah.
And that probably gives you, and because you're supposed to be feeling like Don. You're supposed to be feeling this sense of like anxiety. His only relief and respite is when he walks outside from the party.
Yeah.
But then he's forced to go back in, and like the character, when he goes back in, the song starts to pick up pace because his heartbeat is starting to like get worse. And so like that that's like Don going back into the fucking party, and he's becoming frenetic and anxious and all this sort of stuff. Then he leaves and returns home, and when he gets home, it says in the mirror he saw his friend. And you're like, whoa, like that's it. You know what I mean? Like the song ends with a slight return back to this kind of distorted guitar because is it the end? You know what I mean? It's like this, it's just so tense. You know what I mean? I don't know. So to me, like, this is the song that for me ends what I would call the 4 songs of despair, which is the end of this record.
Yeah.
Like, it really starts here, and it's just going to escalate with Washer for dinner and really peak out with Good Morning Captain.
Well, I think the true test of a timeless classic record is that you can enjoy it on multiple different levels. Mm-hmm. And I honestly didn't look much at the lyrics. Sure.
I've listened to this record for years with not listening, and now I know the lyrics. I'm like, oh shit!
And I'm looking, and I knew like the fortune teller stuff, and I'm hearing what's happening, but you don't really, you're not piecing it together with like the It's kind of like an opera.
It's also like
together.
It's very much like beat poetry. It's like it's just words kind of being flung out at you that sometimes they whisper them like you don't want to. They almost don't want you to understand all the aspects of the story.
Like it's either an incredible coincidence or this is so planned out that's beyond any. Like they could have never done another record because this is so emotionally draining. And
to me, it's the 6 to 8 hours a day for like 5 days a week, or 5 days. Yeah, 5 days a week, 5 to 6 days a week. Like they quit their jobs, they quit college. I think most of it's planned out. Now the lyrics, I think they're elusive about a lot of things.
Sure,
they claim that they just sort of made them up, but to me, I don't know. Like
I think
it's a little bit of a dodge. A little.
I think some of it too. You don't want to. Show everybody your
add some mystery.
What's in the kitchen?
Yeah, I think it adds some mystery to it. But based on the fact that McMahon's about to go to a hospital after this record and quit the band, to me it took a toll on them somehow.
Yeah, I mean that's like I've had super emotional projects that were just emotionally draining. Not because it was necessarily where I was doing like some type of personal journaling, or it wasn't about me, but as far as the concentration, the focus, and when it's done, it's just like, holy shit. And you go back and examine it maybe a couple years later, and there's stuff that you notice that you didn't know, but the back of your mind knew, and it, all this subliminal kind of shit that actually came together. Yeah.
And I felt that way sometimes when we were putting together those like history heavy metal episodes, where I was just pulling together all these threads. But I remember there was this time where I was doing, and for those of you that are patrons, you've now heard an episode of The Saucer Full of Secrets, which is the old radio show I used to do in college. And it was an episode on the Buckleys. It was on Jeff and Tim. And I happened to put together a Buckley song, a Jeff song, next to a Tim song. And I had just ended with a song called Dream Brother, or no, it wasn't Dream Brother. Dream Brother's the Jeff song, right?
Yeah.
It was a song.
It was a Tim Buckley song?
It was a Tim Buckley song off Happy Sad, and it's about dreams, and it's the song where he's talking about his newborn son, and it's about Jeff. And I faded that without even thinking. I just had sequenced it sort of a certain way into a Jeff song that was
Dream
live.
Letter?
What's that?
Dream Letter?
Yeah, Dream Letter. So it's about his like about to be born son, and he's just kind of talking about like wanting to be a great father, and like he dies, what I mean, like, and then it goes to a live Buckley Jeff song, and he goes, "This is a song about a dream," and it was and I didn't really. It was weird because like I hadn't planned it; it just sort of accidentally happened. I was sitting alone in the like recording studio, like listening. I was just like, that's kind of fucking weird. Like it just kind of happened subconsciously, but like. My brain constructed and knew those songs fit together somehow.
And the way that studio was set up too, like it was
very lonely.
It was lonely. It was quiet. It was kind of like scary, creepy at times.
It was really creepy,
but it was a place where you could completely, just like I have a space in my house when I really want to do work. I can just close the door and nothing. I have no distractions.
Yeah,
and the stuff that comes out of you is kind of like. When you have no other distractions, it's kind of amazing.
In your purest form.
Yeah, which doesn't happen much, but when you do, that's the thing you keep wanting to go back and
capture.
Absolutely.
So it's cool. I'm glad I looked into the lyrics and you didn't, because it's like fun to see kind of like how
I've got some up right now.
How your brain's kind of churning some of it a little bit. So, but let's get into it, because this is the first trio, and this is the sort of I'm not saying the happier side, but it's definitely the happier side of the two sides. Okay, so but this is how the side A of the original record started. So we've got Breadcrumb Trail, Nosferatu Man, and then Don Aman.
I stepped out onto the midway. past a crowd of people at a sideshow. Couldn't figure out why they would want to wait in line. I pulled back the drape thing on the tent. There was a crystal ball on the table. Behind it, a girl wearing a hat. She smiled and asked me if I wanted my fortune read. I said okay, sat down. Then I thought about it for a minute. Asked her if she'd rather go on the roller coaster instead.
Creeping up into the sky, stopping at the top, then starting down. The girl grabbed my hand, I clutched it tight. I said goodbye to the ground.
Far below, a soiled pan. A bucket of torn tickets set aside. He watches the children run by. And cleans his teeth.
Spinning round, my head began to turn. I shouted and searched the sky for a friend. I heard the fortune teller
and stepped outside. It felt good to be alone. He wished he was drunk. Thought about something he just said. And how stupid it had sounded. He knew he should forget about it. And he decided to piss. But he couldn't.
A plane passed silently overhead. The street light and the buds on the trees and the night were still.
It finally came. He took a deep breath. It made him feel strong and determined to go back inside. The light, their backs, their conversation, the couples, romancing, so natural. His friends stare with eyes like the heads of nails. The others. Glances. With amusement, with evasion, with contempt, so distant, with malice for being a sty in their engagement.
Like swimming underwater in the darkness. Like walking through an empty house, speaking to an imaginary audience, and being watched from outside by no one.
Without a key, he could not dance to anything.
That was Don Aman, Nosferatu Man, and Breadcrumb Trail.
Breadcrumb Trail.
Sorry.
I said breadcrumb trail. So
No, that's a different thing. That's
not when you want to get the witch stuck.
That's the
trying to follow
porn. That's the porn version of Spiderland. So the parody. So, like I said, I think that last song there, what you heard, is sort of the beginning of. I wrote the 4 songs of despair that end the record. However you want to kind of put them together. So I'm going to spend a lot of time, Brian, on Washer here. So I guess what are your thoughts on Washer to kind of give you the floor first before I hog it? Because this is the song I have the most probably about. So
my contest of the thing is feelings of the whole album.
Okay. Do you get a feeling from Washer? Do you like? It's the longest song on the record. 8 minutes and 50 seconds.
This seems like strangely confessional.
Mm-hmm.
Things kind of go like not bleak, but like deeper into the psyche, and like you're opening up. Really like getting to the root of somebody's like neuroses.
Sure. And I, for a long time, I didn't really know quite what the song was sort of about. And the more I delved into it, the more this one in particular, I think, really kind of rocked my world a little bit. For me, it's the highlight. Although I could easily pick "Good Morning, Captain." It's kind of a toss up. The final song.
Yeah.
I said that this sort of like, I think a song like this would subconsciously started to prepare me for an appreciation and the logic of bands like Mogwai, Mono, Neurosis, Isis, Pelican, Godspeed You Black Emperor. It's just this lumbering 9-minute kind of epic that's it's building towards one moment. Right. And that's kind of like what the Neurosis, Isis formula, that Pelican, it's kind of the setup of that. Like Don, the previous song, the song's musical themes are about withholding of emotional elements, and louder soundscapes can prove potent. Its uneasiness of quiet, raw, open emotion makes you, the listener, implicit and vulnerable. Some people really don't like this level of vulnerability. It makes them uncomfortable, I think.
I think, I don't think a lot of people could. And that's, I think, a thing that drew us to a lot of the shit is how raw emotionally it was. Like, and if going back to like Delta Blues, like how
blues.
raw that was.
This is the Robert Johnson.
This is the late 1980s raw white boy blues.
This is it. Yeah, white middle class Louisville blues.
Yeah.
Right here.
Yeah.
And I remember I play Monterey Pop Festival in my rock history class, and I always kind of warn people about some of the performances, and they obviously know about Hendrix lighting his guitar on fire and the Who smashing their instruments, these iconic performances. I said the other one that's really iconic in a lot of ways is the Janis Joplin performance of Ball and Chain. I said, ladies, you're going to love it. Guys, a lot of you are going to be really uncomfortable. And they're kind of like, what? And then afterwards, we have like a conversation about Monterey, and it's inevitably like I have the kids journal on what their 2 or 3 favorite performances are, and always there's a handful of girls, or at least a lot of girls, that will be like, Janis Joplin, let's talk about that. They're like, I felt that in like a way that, and then the guys, like I've had guys be like, I didn't like that at all. That like made me uncomfortable and scary. I'm like, was it because she was so vulnerable and so like visceral in your face that like you as basically a 16-year-old boy who's not fully mature in your emotions, like you just couldn't handle it, and like
you couldn't handle that kind of power from a woman.
Yeah, I'll get the boys to like admit, like, yeah, it kind of scared me. I'm like, well, you realize like she was, she's singing about like sexual assault, like it's all coming out in that song, like the power, and like powerful females scare a lot of men.
I don't know why. I find it exhilarating.
I find it very attractive, but I was also raised by females. I was raised by a strong mom, and you and your mom were very close and stuff. But I think it's just interesting. Yeah, you saw like the people like not to get political too much, but you saw like in our state in Michigan how like people reacted to like when Gretchen Whitmore like shut the state down. You could tell like their reaction to her wasn't just because any governor shut the state down. It was because it was like a strong, young, vibrant female that like...
Attractive female. Did you notice how all the MILF governorship started popping up then?
Really?
That totally kind of like deflates any type of like...
Yeah, they're trying to like
diminish
judge
her...
Judge her just based on looks, not on her mental acumen. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was also like, how dare this woman tell me what to do? It was sort of like how, racist with Obama.
Yeah.
Like
You're not my
this black
president.
man's like telling me, like it's kind of weird. And so I think that level of vulnerability is really sort of fascinating. To me, the song moves from like being a lullaby to being like pure torture. And it's very harrowing.
Every time I ever cried for fear was just a mistake that I made.
The author, Scott Tennant, of the book, he wrote, the reason the song Zenith is so visceral is because of the way the drama is earned. Like, it earns every little bit of that sort of ending. You spend the first 7 minutes kind of like a Neurosis song, just building. And the opening minutes are lush and warm. And it's the only song they actually ever wrote with actual singing. All the other songs. So this, and McMahon's rawness is like, to me, it's like, this is his moment. Like, he kind of went in and didn't really rehearse this. I think they did 2 takes, and he just lays it all fucking on the line here.
It feels like he got to an emotional state and then kind of like let it go. Like he worked himself up to it.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's almost like he was in like a trance, and then he like snaps out and is like, whoa.
Yeah.
What the fuck was that? It was like an incantation or something like
that.
It was pretty fascinating.
I mean, he was getting to the roots of some like deep-seated shit that was already there.
And
he was like letting the cork out a little bit, but not so far that he couldn't put it back in.
One of the things that's really interesting is I said it reminds me, like the way he sings here reminds me of like a karaoke performance. And I don't mean that in like a bad way.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know. I'm going to make some kind of bold, like some weird, but this is what we do on our podcast. There's a moment at the end of the like final set of episodes in Gilmore Girls where the whole premise of that show, besides the daughter-mother relationship, was like, will she get with this guy who owns a diner, blah, blah, Luke and Lorelai. And she's kind of fucked that whole thing up, and she's out with some women, and she's doing karaoke, and she goes up there and does Dolly Parton's the song Whitney Houston covered. Why can't I think of it? From The Bodyguard. And I Will Always Love You.
Yeah.
And she gets up there and she's singing it, and Luke walks in, and she's just like, she's fucking exposed, right? And it's like that moment that like people who have watched the show are just like waiting for that moment of just so raw, so open, so untrained, because Brian's not a trained singer, and I think that like is where I say it's like one of those like karaoke performances like transcendent, if you've ever seen them. And I've only seen one, and I can explain the one I've seen, but it was basically a friend of mine who I went up north to the cabin in Traverse City with. The DJ at the karaoke bar was making us do dirty songs, and she gave him Big Balls from AC/DC, and he turned it into an Iggy Pop performance, and he was literally going to tables full of strangers and screaming in their faces, red in the face, "I've got big balls!" Like, just like his eyes were almost popping. It was like an art performance. I don't know what the fuck I just saw. It was like he did the best with what he could. So, but that was a different kind of vulnerability. Mm-hmm. And then there's another one. Did you ever watch Mr. Robot?
No.
Okay. Awesome show. And there's one in, I think, season 2 where one of the female characters does karaoke performance to Tears for Fears. Everybody Wants to Rule the World. And there's like a montage happening while she's doing it. She's very breathy and airy and uncomfortable. Like, she's definitely not trained. And I think there's something like really powerful about that.
The vulnerability is what's I think powerful about
That's what it's this uncomfortable intimacy. Like, you're not supposed to be here. You know what I mean? Like, you're seeing like something you shouldn't be seeing.
Yeah, you're watching feelings that are making you uncomfortable.
Yep.
Or experiencing.
Yeah.
Like
And that's hard. And that's why some people don't like certain types of movies or certain type of TV shows or listen to certain types of music, because if they have a wall to vulnerability, like there's a certain edge that all people kind of have of comfort, you know?
Well, unfortunately in America, like vulnerability is usually seen as a weakness.
But whereas like in Europe, like it's like, be males in touch with their like feminine side, like that's more like valued in certain European countries.
Yeah,
you know,
I think so.
Like,
I mean, it's just, I think it shows more strength to be vulnerable.
Yeah.
And especially like in this day and age, like and respect for the people that you show it to, that you know,
sure,
that this is something sacred. You know, this shouldn't be, held back. And this is like pulling back the curtain on like two people that were having a really like heavy conversation. And you're like, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But you have to keep listening because it's so engrossing.
The author of the book points out that of the 6 songs, 5 are told from a fictional distance. we've got the vampire story, we've got the anxiety guy,
The fortune teller,
and then we've got Good Morning Captain, and then the instrumental. This is the only one that's not, and so that it is kind of a personal whatever. I don't know how personal it is, but
it's the only one that uses I.
There's some version of that. And so it's
the only first person, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's so this kind of story of like a lost love, and it takes these sort of familiar feelings, and like you said, like the personal sort of thing, and that's what kind of lures the listener in. And so here's the thing that like I learned about this song that kind of was my Fight Club moment for the whole album. That this song that starts as a tale of a lover kind of leaving town descends into this kind of emotional hellscape when you realize that the person, when he's talking about like leaving and falling into darkness, is because he's been taking pills. And he's actually fallen into suicide. And when he says, "I'm too tired now, embracing thoughts of tonight's dreamless sleep," he's not talking about he's talking about like
that's
dying.
Yeah.
Like he's taking the sleeping pills.
My head is empty, my toes are warm.
And this is it, man.
I'm safe from
and this
harm.
is his plea, like, please listen to me, don't let go. And it's almost like fucking hell. This is like as dark as almost any metal song I've ever heard.
Yeah,
and as dreary. And
you gotta work for it more than some stuff.
This is very earned, and like I said, this is to me is what emo could be when it really like slashes the fucking veins and just goes for like, The Cure did shit like that, right?
Yeah.
Catatonia does that sometimes for us, where they tap into like that, like fuck, man, failure, whatever it is, it's sort of there.
Martin always, there's more shades of dark than just black.
Yes, absolutely. And
May he rest in peace.
You get like these sort of musically denied crescendos, and what happens is the vocals get quieter and whispered, and by the time you get to the third verse, they're barely audible.
Yeah.
And that's because he's fucking dying. He's like literally fading into ethereal nothingness, which is like, what the fuck? Like, so again, we talk about, did they plan this or was this all improvised? Like, to me, there's a lot of conceit into like how he's singing and why he's singing, the way he's singing and what he's singing. And to me, like that tells me they knew exactly what they wanted to do with this song. It wasn't just let's slap some words down and like let it kind of happen.
Yeah, because I don't know how much like if it was just like as far as lyrically was concerned, if it was just like whoever was performing did the lyrics,
song. Yeah.
or if it's like
I know.
Well, we create here's the emotional landscape. Now you.
And maybe Brian just fucking went into a room and wrote shit down.
Obviously,
I don't know.
he
had some ideas he was working through.
Yeah, and he seemed like he was a pretty like emotional dude too.
Mm-hmm.
So
what's cool is like from like a musical standpoint, then the fatalism really starts to take hold when like the kick drumming kind of like kicks one time before you get this sort of silence, then the snare, and then this ethereal sort of final verse that like. He's finally given up and he's not afraid to die. And then the fucking, when Dave Pajo's guitar fucking crashes in that, like that's every Neurosis, Mogwai, Mono moment, like happening right there. Yeah, it's fucking like this emotive squealing lead guitar. It's like visceral catharsis. And I'm just like I said, I have trouble listening to the song now after I read about what the fucking song's about. I'm like, man, this just takes me to it's just a weird place, like, I mean, I don't know. Not that anybody in the band committed suicide, so it's like it is still disconnected from the personal side. But like, I've known people that have been on these sort of harrowing journeys or whatever, or like students that have been in these sort of situations, and so it's
or just those thoughts. Like I've had like this album really resonates with me because I feel a certain kinship to those feelings. Not that
absolutely.
I've done them or I was going to, but.
You've all felt
I've been fucking super lost and
disconnected
sad
from a lost love, and how desperate, like feeling like you're
like you're alone, and
yep.
especially fucking at least me in my 20s, I was like a fucking mess half the time.
Sure, yeah.
Like I was not. I had a predilection to like dive deep inside my head when I felt something instead of being an adult about it. Like I wanted to wallow, and that's why a lot of the stuff was just so.
Yep.
Ripe at that time.
I think that was me. It was most of high school and early college. When I started dating Jessica, who I dated for like 4 years in college, I was a little stable, but like post Jessica, I definitely went back to that. You know what I mean?
I was angry in high school.
Okay.
I went angry to emotionally wounded to thoughtful to whatever the fuck, and then eventually an adult that can kind of
I was like
navigate easier through those things.
I think I was a hopeless romantic in high school because I was hanging out with lots of friends that were girls who I couldn't help but have like weird crushes on.
Of course.
You know? And they were all older than me, and so it was like super complicated, and like it was like puppy love, but then like we were also really close friends, and I confused that with things, and you know, like I just was trying to make sense of it.
Yeah, because you're like, you want to have a relationship with girls, but you also want to fuck girls. And it's hard to find the two, like, this person's like a friend, and I don't, like, that's not a thing, or I don't know.
Yeah.
There's lots of weird,
I mean, really complicated.
Fucking hormones and, you know, having a boner 9 hours of the day and all that kind of shit's tough to,
to
to navigate. That's why we wore huge pants.
This is true, yeah. Oh, yeah. No wonder I wore baggy pants. I always loved Sober Tabs for a reason.
Yeah.
So.
Always wore your book in front of you.
Yeah, yeah. But, yeah, so like I said, Washer, I had a lot to kind of say about that. So then we get to... Thank God we get to the instrumental, all right, for dinner, which is this kind of relief moment to kind of catch your breath between the two really dramatic tunes.
It's like almost like an interlude in like a really long movie.
Yeah.
Where you're like, oh, okay.
The author said it's the low tide to the rest of Spiderland tsunami waves.
Yeah.
It's like, I think, a cool, yeah. And it's almost like waves. The song kind of rises and falls. It's very calm. It's almost like forgotten in context. Like a lot of people forget that this is the song on the record. You know.
I mean, I honestly just feel it kind of goes.
It just
it's
sort
like,
of blends. Yeah, I can see that.
I almost feel like it's like the long intro.
Sure.
You know, into Good Morning Captain.
But this was the last song they wrote, and I think what's interesting, and maybe you could speak to this because you know, I don't know how much you ever got into this band. Well, I knew you were into one of the bands, but. To me, this is really predictive of For Carnation type sound.
Yeah.
And Dave Pajo's band, which was called Papa M, Ariel M. I don't know if you remember. He had like many different incarnations that were all like Dave Pajo.
The only thing that I really knew Dave Pajo from that Zwan band with Billy Corgan.
He was on that.
I dug that. Yep. I think there was only one record.
Yeah, it was just the one. He was on Tortoise records that you probably had that you didn't know Pajo was on.
But that Zwan record, he was kind of loud again.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he was.
So like that,
he kind of went back to his like metal-ish roots a little. So,
but For Carnation, I mean, Marshmallows and what was it? Just the EP, self-titled EP.
The Fight Songs is really great too. That's their first one.
Okay,
that's what we're gonna play a song from because I think that has the most Slint guys on it. Fight Songs does.
Okay,
so because I think it's mostly Brian McMahon.
Yeah.
But then I think Fight Songs,
most
their first
songwriting
one, had like a couple of the other dudes. I think Pajo.
I think that's an EP too, though, isn't it?
Let me look. I got it.
Because I think they've only got.
It is an EP.
A couple.
You're right.
Like one full length and.
Yeah, it's from '95, and we'll talk more about it later. But yeah, so we'll get into that later. But and so then that leads us to the other epic song, all right, which is "Good Morning Captain." And so I don't know, this one probably jumps out a little bit more to you. You probably could jump on this one. So
I don't know what the appeal of like there's nautical. This is one where there's like nautical sounds and nautical imagery put into the lyrics.
Yeah,
and all I think of is Stones from the Sky.
Oh yeah, it's this
that bell tolling kind of thing.
When I say that, like, you know, Washer for me is the other song on that record, falling into shit. It's a song when we did that Neurosis show. I talked about having like a transformative
Song That Never Sets.
No, that's an album, but the song, it's like falling into something. It's like track 5 or 6. It's like the 13-minute one. It's the one where there's like the yeah. And then this is the Stones of the Sky.
Yeah.
So like if Washer is falling, this is I don't disagree with you because like I said, this to me prepared me for a life of loving Neurosis, but I just didn't know it at the time because I didn't.
Yeah.
I don't know. You know what I mean? Like I don't know if when I discovered Neurosis, it was probably 95, 96 when the big record on Relapse came out.
Oh, Through Silver and Blood.
Yeah, that was the first time I kind of really listened.
That's the first time that it hit.
Yeah,
I'd heard them before, but I was like,
I might have had Souls at Zero. I might have found it used, but I didn't listen to it much. It was like one of those records. Like Chris was like, "Oh, that's good. You should buy it," and I bought it for like $6. And
I just got some of the reissues, like The Word Is Law, and some, and
they did a really nice reissue
Pain of Mind
that I have. Yeah,
they sound so good. They sound way more modern than I ever remember them sounding.
I mean, like I said, we could always do a Neurosis episode for almost any Neurosis record they ever did, and just like have something to probably talk about, you know?
Yeah, we should. That should be a like a every year occurrence or something.
For sure.
But this song, it sounds like emotionally, like getting back to kind of some semblance of that you can function.
Mm-hmm.
But you're thrown in another situation where you're not really sure of what to do, and it slowly fucking just breaks down again.
Sure.
It seems like this guy's like, I haven't even read the lyrics, but
don't worry.
I got already. As far as my,
I like to hear your thoughts.
My subconscious is concerned.
Yeah.
It's like it seems like a young seaman on his first voyage that is like kind of like optimistic that he's going to get away from his past, and then it fucking breaks him again.
Sure. Oh yeah. There's definitely a breaking in this.
Yeah.
One of the things I was telling Mark before we recorded, I didn't know until I did research, is this was sort of like a hit song kind of for them, as close as Slint ever got, but it was 4 years too late.
On radio? Was it on like college radio and stuff? Or?
Probably. Because the kids soundtrack did so well, it was on the kids soundtrack. It got Slint into the hands of like hundreds of thousands of indie rock people that were buying the kids soundtrack. You know what I mean?
That
in
movie was
95.
huge.
Yeah, and the soundtrack it was Lou Barlow from Sebado. His other band was called Folk Implosion, and it had a huge song called Natural One that I was like way into. Natural One, da 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 da. It was just one of those classic like alt radio hits, mid 90s kind of thing. But
that was like a kind of a perfect meeting of indie film and indie rock that was at exactly the same like point.
Yep.
Which doesn't happen
And then
very
you
often.
get Gummo a couple of years later.
Electric
It
Wizard.
had some black metal and Electric Wizard and other shit on it. Yeah. But I said it's also it's all of Slint's tricks and formulas in one song. Like they're kind of showing you like all the different things here. It's kind of the archetype. Even though by the time they record Spiderland, they're basically bored with this formula. And really where they were like leaning towards was like songs like Don Aman and For Dinner. That was like where I think their next evolution was going to be.
Yeah.
So it's kind of interesting that like we're talking about how awesome like Washer and Good Morning Captain, Nosferatu Man, but those are the songs they were like, we've practiced these so much.
Killed the drums in the next record.
Yeah, exactly. And it's got the epic climax just like Washer had. It takes kind of sonic textures of the opening two songs and merges them with Washer's emotions. And the story is a stranded seaman that's finding shelter after losing his ship and crew. And it's kind of like a indie rock version of like Rime of the Ancient Mariner kind of a little bit. Except the action is all on land, so it's not like out at sea. So it's a little bit more simplified. Although it does kind of turn out to be kind of a weird ghost story. So some of the lyrics, I have them here. Yeah, it's a ghost story, as revealed in the last verse of the song. It says, "From behind the edge of the windowsill there appeared the delicate hand of a child. His face was flushed and timid. He stared at the captain through frightened eyes. The captain reached for something to hold on to. 'Help me,' he whispered. As he rose slowly to his feet, the boy's face went pale. He recognized the sound. Silently he pulled down the shade against the shadow lost at the doorstep of an empty house." Like, that's not normal lyrics, right? Like, I don't care if you're talking about indie rock or metal or whatever, but like, that's kind of
it's poetry. It's not. It's meant
weird.
to be spoken, not sung.
Yeah,
There's no way to
so
sing that.
strange. And so the stranded captain then pleads with this boy at the house to let him in, but the boy won't let him in the house, so to no avail, because he's also scared of the captain. So the ghost boy, is scared of the captain, and so at the end of the song, he just pulls the shades on the captain, and the captain is like left crewless and shipless and things like that. And it's really interesting that you go from the first song on the record, which is this brief encounter, loss of innocence, Oedipal vampires, paranoid misanthrope, suicidal lover, to now this ghostly seafaring story. And this kind of idea of the spoken word and rock song traces back to Velvet Underground, White Light, White Heat. They have a song called The Gift that's almost all spoken. And that was like the first time I think you heard that in like rock, where it was like this breathy, just spoken. I mean, Dylan and folk music had like a talky aspect to it, but there were still like attempts to like raise and lower the voice kind of a little bit and, try and do some kind of, hey, Mr. Tame, you know, like,
Yeah.
I mean, it was still like singing. It just wasn't like super musical singing, I guess. But
Yeah, even Nico would do like, hey, like trying to sing a
Yeah.
little bit, even though most of it was just kind of talking.
But Nico's gone by White Light, White Heat. And
Yeah.
then it's just like Lou just kind of like breathlessly sort of talking through this song, The Gift, you know? And it's interesting, you know, it's just like the narrative arc is basically intertwined with the music, but it's not really monotonous either. You know, like you'd think a song where somebody's just talking would be like monotonous. It's just not, you know?
yeah.
And so the story here, because of the story I just kind of told you, it has like musical and lyrical kind of dramatic patience and musical and lyrical dramatic like cliffhangers at like each turn. And so it's like taking you on this kind of story, this poetry story, as you so eloquently said. And, you know, the way of the complexity of the music parts kind of move into the dialogue each time is it really emphasizes the power of the words, and the story is very inspired. And each time the full power of the music returns with increasing intensity. So like every verse starts to build and build and build and build. And as the captain is denied entry, stranded, the song gets hazier and more layered, especially the voices. And then that's like the I miss you, like the cathartic, like screaming, I miss you. And then like what I said is, after he screams, I miss you, we get a math metal thrash-tastic affair before it fades away like an ethereal ghost.
Yeah, he's scrubbing the pick and doing the harmonic thing that anybody can pick up, but that you didn't hear it much.
No, like I said,
back
there's
then.
a lot of math metal, like this is like the Bible for that. And I think a lot of those math metal bands have kind of thrown ode to hearing Slint and being really inspired by
The
what
weird
he
thing
was
is,
doing.
I think this whole thing sounds like has way more to do with, as you said earlier, like blues and roots music, like Americana, Appalachia storytelling,
Yeah.
than it does like any other modern. Like, there's no other band of this ilk that did anything like this at all.
No.
This is like a singular.
I mean, Palace will like take that lesson, and so Will Oldham, and that's why
But
we were
it's-
drawn to it. But that's
it's
more like,
that's totally more based on what came before. This is its own thing.
for sure. This is a singular.
Nothing's ever. There's few records that I think that you can throw, you know, into this category. Few
Like-
bands have something like this, and it's usually bands that have very small discographies.
And I just wrote, I wrote, is this a perfect record? Question mark, or about as close as you can get. And like, I think the reason we're talking about this now, and there's books written about it and documentaries made,
And we talked about it 20 years ago.
and no one gave
Yeah.
a shit about this record when it came out. It
Yeah.
had no press. They were broken up, which
Yeah.
we'll get to that in a moment. But it's pretty wild. I mean, and here you got a song, like I said, no chorus, no hooks, nothing to sing along to. But when he repeats, "I miss you,"
You've got a
it's
catharsis
fucking
this time,
relief.
though.
Yeah, it just
Finally,
you
after
fucking
this
feel it.
this pent up 39 minutes.
Yeah, 39 minutes of just boom, to all leading to this kind of moment. So anyways, it's a
Yeah,
lot
I'd like to talk to Scott Kelly or Steve Von Till and see like, hey, dude, what did you guys think of that
I really
record?
feel like they had to have heard this. Someone in that band.
Or they're just like kindred spirits because they're about the same age too.
That's true. It could be part of the collective unconsciousness that they were both feeling the same energy.
Yeah.
But
It just took them a little longer to get there. But listen to those first
Yeah.
couple records again, and I think you'd be surprised.
yeah, I'm sure that's there. Melvins did shit like that. Really long, aimless passages with just big bursts of like Sabbath type guitar.
Yeah.
And shit like that.
But Melvin's had that absurdity.
yeah.
This is definitely much more. It feels like college in the best possible way, like exploring things. But this is the chapter, and that's done after that.
Well, it's
you
like
know?
it's like compartmentalized and intellectualized.
Yes.
But not in like when I say math metal is like different than like prog rock, right? Like math metal is college-y in a sense. Like Dillinger was doing math metal in a certain sense. I know Dillinger was inspired by this record for sure.
They'd have to be.
Yeah. And so those type of bands, like I bet you, even if you don't hear it in Converge, like bands that were smart that came out of like hardcore indie rock scenes, like Steve Brodsky, you listen to Jupiter, there's like, right? Like
Yeah.
it's there.
And then his solo stuff is totally Louisville indie rock.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Lo-fi,
Botch, fucking Afghanistan on that EP.
Yeah.
It's basically a Slint song. It's
Yeah.
just like just fucking like build, and stuff. Maybe I'll throw that into. We've got some room, but yeah. It's really I don't know. It's just an interesting record. So, all right. So let's listen to these and we'll come back and we'll kind of talk about what happens to Slint and then kind of some of their influences. So we've got Washer, For Dinner, ... and Good Morning, Captain.
Remember me as you fall to sleep. Fill your pockets with the dust of the memory that rises from the shoes on my feet. I won't be back here, though we may meet again. It's dark outside. Don't be afraid. Every time I ever cried for fear, it's just a mistake that I made. Wash yourself in your tears and build your church on the strength of your faith. Listen to me. Don't let go. Don't let this desperate moonlight leave me your empty pillow. Promise me the sun will rise again. of tonight's dreamless sleep. My head is empty, my toes are warm. I am safe from home.
a sound at the window then. The captain started. His breath was still. Slowly, he turned. face was flushed and timid. He stared at the captain through frightened eyes. The captain reached for something to hold on to. "Help me," he whispered as he rose slowly to his feet. The boy's face went pale. He recognized the sound. Silently, he pulled down the shade against the shadow. Lost at the doorstep of the empty house. I'm trying to find my way home. I'm sorry. I miss you. I miss you. I'm torn. I want to reach it. But I swear I'll be on this song. I'll make it up to you. I'll make it up to you. I'll make it up to you.
That was Good Morning Captain, For Dinner, and Washer. And so we've come to the end of Slint's Spiderland, but we're not quite done with Slint, and we're going to talk about kind of some of the bands that they sort of influenced, because I think especially if you're new to this whole scene, a lot of metal people probably are, like, it's kind of cool if you dug this to sort of know where where it leads to. We've mentioned some bands down the road a little bit, but
and it's pretty vast.
Yeah.
And not where you necessarily expect. I think like this, the offshoots might even be more appealing to certain like heavy metal listeners.
Oh,
too.
yeah. Especially when you talk about the, Botches and Mogwai, they're more metal friendly, I guess, a little bit,
Yeah.
One thing I kind of wanted to just sort of mention before we sort of leave is the cover is fairly iconic. It was a photograph taken by Will Oldham, who we're about to talk about as well when we talk about Palace, but
In the quarry.
it was taken at a quarry in Utica, Indiana, and they got the idea for this sort of open cover from the debut from the Rolling Stones, and then the idea of the letterbox effect came from a record. I don't know if you have it or if you've really listened to it, but it's a band called the Flamin' Groovies. Album called Teenage Head, and they were kind of like a garage rock band.
I've heard of them. I don't have any of their stuff.
A bunch of guys I hung out with in Italy were way into them, and so they kind
I
of
think they're
turned me
bigger
into-
European than they were. Yeah.
They're fun. They're kind of just like a fun garage
Did
rock
they do like
kind
a
of thing.
split with Helicopters or something back in the day?
They might have.
Or on the same label, or-
That might. The Flamin' Groovies are more like late '60s, early '70s. So
Oh, really?
yeah, I know what you're.
Did they
thinking of.
reissue all their shit, or am I thinking of a different band?
I think you're thinking of a different band. I know exactly who. I know the split you're talking about, and it's a
It's
play
like the
on
Flaming
the Flaming
Sideburns?
Yeah, it's a
Okay.
play on the Flaming Groovies. Yeah. And then post Spiderland, there was this thing written in the Spiderland notes that basically said they're looking for a vocalist, possibly a female, and a new musical direction. And then it had the address of Brian McMahon's parents, and that's where they talk about like all the letters that they're getting. And supposedly PJ Harvey wrote a letter inquiring that she
That would've
wanted
been
to
interesting.
sing for them.
Yeah.
And then they were at a practice session at Walford's parents' house in December, and McMahon went on a big diatribe about them not pulling their weight and not showing up on time for practice, and quit. And it was this like big convoluted diatribe. That's, I think, when he checked himself in, and that was it. And I think they got back together, I believe, in like 94, 95, and jammed a little bit, and it felt good, but they never really did anything else.
No, I know they toured
together.
in like 2007 and 2016 or something.
Yeah, so the song that we're going to kind of end Slint with is a song called King's Approach, and they debuted it on that kind of 2007 tour that Mark's alluding to, where they would kind of perform all of Spiderland, and it's cool. Like a lot of Brits' percussive choices are pretty like Can-esque. It's got this like big oscillating kind of German krautrock sort of thing to it, like at the end. But it's very much like a King Crimson, Red, Starless, and Bible Black kind of like building kind of, whatever that genre, proggy kind of thing is. And
It kind of does feel like people trying to capture or get in the mindset of how they were making music before, which is always
they're older. You can tell that's like an
Yeah.
older guys trying to capture like that energy of their early 20s. And it's just like
the drums are really straight for a lot of the time. And I was like, oh, okay. Are you going for a kraut thing or like,
yeah,
yeah,
it is. So it's interesting. You know,
it's a nice
uh,
little, coda on the end to see.
And I wanted to share this because I think that this is kind of this. There's a lot of people who believe that this review in particular kind of helped put them over the edge. And when Spiderland was released in March of '90, almost no one really noticed it. The music press wasn't really interested. They weren't doing interviews because they had already broken up. But one review did get notice, and it came from Steve Albini. And this is the famous, like, if you remember buying the vinyl, it had like a pull quote from Albini, like a little sticker that was like the greatest album I've ever heard, and stuff like that. But he wrote it for Melody Maker in England, and so here's a little excerpt from it. He said, "In its best state, rock music invigorates me, changes my mood, triggers introspection, or envelops me with sheer sound. Spiderland does all those things, simultaneously and in turns, more than any records I can think of in 5 years. Spiderland is, unfortunately, Slint's swan song, the band having succumbed to the internal pressures which eventually punctuate all bands' biography. It's an amazing record, though, and no one still capable of being moved by rock music should miss it. In 10 years, it will be a landmark, and you'll have to scramble to buy a copy then. Beat the rush."
Nice.
So it's a cool... He knew.
He's usually Albini's not very like effusive about.
No,
music
he doesn't
like that.
offer praise very often.
Yeah, in the documentary, he's quite. You can tell he's really kind of smitten with these guys.
Yeah. the fact that he goes on and has become the producer du jour of Neurosis is like not surprising.
It's funny that he was like, okay, I guess we'll use Steve Albini for this one. And now that's like become the, like, no, you have to reach a certain point to even get on his radar to get
to Albini. Yeah, it is pretty fascinating. So I guess like what we want to talk about now, at least in this little set here, is some of the bands that like these guys went on and kind of joined up with or became sort of part of. And the first one we want to sort of feature after we play the King's Approach song is Palace Brothers, which is really Will Oldham for the most part.
Occasionally Ned Oldham and occasionally Joe Oldham, I think, too.
Yeah.
He came from a
Joe did the cover of Tweez, by the way.
Yes.
So it's
which is Britt's dad's car.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
His Saab.
But Palace Brothers were a band. I know I discovered them first and then got you and Mark Coughlin into them, but I don't know how I discovered them. It might have been through Ben Bracken, who was...
I mean, he was big in the lo-fi shit.
Ben was like probably our biggest ticket to like really like underground indie stuff. Like he was kind of hip to some things.
This is like way before what's that band that has like 1 million records out that
Guided by Voices?
No.
Oh, they have 1 million records out.
I dig what they do though. That's like the Pollard's more interesting. He became like a real hit. He's like just one dude, and it's kind of like Will Oldham light.
Boy, Sufjan Stevens?
No.
Okay.
But
I like Sufjan's early stuff.
But similar. It's
yeah, I don't know on that one.
Oh, geez, it's like got 2 words or something, but it's just one dude.
Okay.
And it's like the milquetoast version of Oldham, because I went back and kind of re-explored Oldham and the stuff that, like, I See a Darkness is fine, but like the first Palace Brothers, or that's the first Palace.
This is the first one.
With cinematographer
Viva Las
on it.
Blues. I think it's Viva Las Blues. I am a cinematographer. Or no, it's Days of Joy, Days of the Wake, whatever.
It might be. I think it's Days of the Wake. It's got like a fuzzy photo of Oldham on the cover.
I was thinking of the one that has like a cat drawing. That's got that's
with
about his cat.
The PG Harvey cover on it, or that's like a hand puppet.
That's a hand puppet.
There's so many fucking
Well, that's Bonnie
offshoots
Prince
too.
Billy.
Yeah.
Yeah, where you get the PJ Harvey, Sweeter Than Everything.
But Bonnie Prince Billy, I think, is my go-to for him.
Okay.
And my current favorite is the Master and Everyone record.
That's a great record.
It's like a Johnny Cash and June Carter kind of like, it's fucking amazing.
Yeah, and a lot of people might know Will Oldham because Johnny Cash covered I See a Darkness on those American recordings, and Will
he's on it,
is
too.
on it, and that's pretty rare that Johnny duets.
Speaking of like vulnerability, man, that song's fuck. I got a tear. I was walking the dog with that last week.
Yeah.
I was like, Jesus, man.
It's some... Yeah. So, I mean, this is, it's put out in Drag City Records. This record's put out in 93. The name of the record is There Is No One What Will Take Care of You. And the band features... I have some notes here.
Is Paho on this one?
No. It's Todd Brashear is doing lap steel guitar, bass, and drums. Britt Walford and Brian McMahon are those 2 guys are both doing electric guitar, bass, and drums throughout the record. There's so little information on it; it doesn't tell you song by song necessarily. So I'm having to. But Will's the main guy singing and playing some of the guitar and stuff. But the fact that it's 3/4 of Slint on it, kind of cool. Shows you kind of what's going on.
And Oldham's voice is something that. I love all phases of it. Mm-hmm. Like he even later on, like in the early, I kind of stopped following his stuff after he did that. The record with Matt Sweeney. It's pretty good. I dig that one.
Yeah.
But like his voice matured into like a country western,
sure,
like a powerful country western singer. But the fragility in these first couple records is great.
Yeah,
it still
reminds me of early Jonas. And
absolutely.
That's why Jonas was a huge Palace guy, and Catatonia actually covered a Palace tune. On one of the.
It's one of the EPs.
It was one of the. It was like Tonight's Decision or Tonight's Music EP or Tear Gas EP. It was one of those 2. I think it was one of the singles from Last Fair Deal Gone Down, which is named after a Robert Johnson song.
Album.
So there you go. Yeah, but so it is kind of an interesting tune and. The song is called Riding, and Yeah, I didn't realize. Well, I've liked this song for years.
It's more literal than you imagined it was.
It's about a brother and sister who want to go riding, and he might have a more of an Oedipal crush on his sister, and there's an uncomfortableness to it, and that's I think what Will Oldham sometimes captured for me was that sort of dark Appalachia, like dark underbelly of Appalachia a little bit is kind of in the music, Yeah. Kind of like how if you ever watched the show Justified, how sometimes they would delve into like just the outskirts and the underbelly and, like some of that. It kind of captures that a little bit, which I think is cool. So,
yeah, that's like a form of American music that was it kind of transcended like race and everything. Because it was economic.
Because really, Appalachian music is just white blues, so it's all part of like the same kind of outcry of poverty and oppression.
And what great music has come from affluence?
Very little, techno maybe. I don't know.
Is that great?
German techno? I don't know. Like maybe I feel like the guys in like Noe had like a lot of money or Kraftwerk to like buy technology.
Socialist. That's different than like just true. Wealthy.
That's
like, is Taylor Swift great? Like she can't.
I like
Rich
some
Dad.
Swift. I'll be honest.
Does she write her own music?
She doesn't. She hires really smart people to do stuff for
her. Like Metallica sucks
because they're old. They're old and they're rich.
30 years because after the Black Album, it's kind of
there's no oppression there. Yeah, they're not fighting to win because they won.
If you take all their shit away and you live like James, here's your guitar. Your family's fine, but you got to work for this.
Instead of like stripping down the drums like on Saint Anger, they should have stripped their life down for like 2 years and forced themselves into oppression.
Yes.
You're not wrong.
There's something
You're not
to
wrong. And so we go from Palace music to the Four Carnations or Four Carnation. I'm thinking of the
FOR.
Yeah. FOR. So I'm pulling this out. It's in a plastic sleeve. This is Matador Records, and this is an EP, Fight Songs, and this has Pajo and Brian McMahon on it. So this is
Brian McMahon was the ringleader.
The ringleader, yeah. But Pajo was on this one. I don't know if Pajo. He might have been on another EP after, but he wasn't on all of them.
Did Brian do drums too?
The drummer is John Herndon, who John Herndon was in Tortoise, and we'll talk about Tortoise in a moment. So that's this in Chicago, Louisville scene that's like kind of linked together.
I was telling Hundy off stage. Boy, that's pompous. Off mic. That the whole Louisville scene seems like the Stockholm scene with how like incestuous and how much everybody was into everybody else's kind of
for sure
shit. It was great,
absolutely. So, and the tune we're gonna hear from these. Well, how would you compare these guys to Slint? Because they always get probably compared the most to Slint because it's Brian McMahon's kind of brainchild.
I mean, similar like vocal kind of thing, but it's not. It's way more subtle.
For sure. It doesn't have as many of the ebbs and flows and the crescendos.
No,
maybe
it's almost like you're putting your hand to your ear to hear. Yeah,
it's very incidental.
It's like postmodern elevator music or something. It's fucking weird, but I dig it a lot.
I didn't realize Pajo toured with like I don't know why this just popped in my brain, but Interpol. I didn't really see like he doesn't. Play I saw that, but he like tours.
He did some live stuff with them.
Yeah, so. But so this will give you a little flavor on some of the stuff that the guys are into afterwards. So we got a trio of tunes here. We've got King's Approach, the unreleased Slint tune from 2007. Then we've got Riding from There Is No One, What Will Take Care of You. Man, that's a mouthful. From 93's Palace Brothers. And then from 95's Fight Songs, we have Get and Stay, Get March from the Four Carnation.
I'm gonna ride on down to see you. Where you going riding, boy? I'm gonna ride on down to see you. Where you going riding, boy? All dressed up and with that look of joy. Where you going riding, boy? I'm gonna ride on down to see you. Who you gonna ride with, boy? I'm gonna bring my sister Lisa. Who you gonna ride with, boy? I'm gonna bring my sister Lisa. Who you gonna ride with, boy? All dressed up and with that look of joy. Who you gonna ride with, boy? I'm gonna bring my sister Lisa. Because I love my sister Lisa. I love my sister Lisa. I love my sister Lisa most of all. Don't you know that that sinful boy, God is what I make of him? Don't you know that that sinful boy, God is what I make of him? I'm long since dead and I live in hell. She's the only girl that I love well. We were raised together and together we fell. God is what I make of him. And all I have I give to him. All I own I owe to him. All my life I pledge to him.
guess they have carried. Birds are nesting in the crossbeam. The city's glows across the garden, and the stars whisper below. The currents do not care for you. They do not sense your shallow breath, and the breeze strokes your dainty hide. To the distance you strain, what is it that you seek? 'Cause destination this place does not afford. You are cast as shadow by the line of the heaven. Move out across the water. Measure each step, look straight ahead, and don't forget to breathe. The rail tonight is quiet. Now move out across the water. Measure each step, look straight ahead, and don't forget to breathe. The rail tonight is quiet. Now move out across the water. Measure each step, look straight ahead, don't forget to breathe. Rail tonight is quiet. Now move out across the water. Measure each step, look straight ahead, don't forget to breathe. Rail tonight is quiet. Now move out across the water. Measure each step, look
I think when he... That was the For Carnation with Get and Stay, Get March from Fight Songs. Then we had Palace Brothers Riding from There Is No One, What Will Take Care of You.
That's Probably can't, maybe his like one of the guys is drunk.
It's something, yeah. It's
No one has to
we'll take care of you. Yeah, it's just very. I don't know if that's Appalachian slang or what. And then we started with our final Slint song, "The King's Approach." So, one other band that I mean, there's several because these guys are really, really involved. But one other band that kind of had a fairly major impact, multiple albums, and a pretty. They were big throughout the '90s, especially. That's when I was really into them in the early 2000s. That featured guys from Slint is Tortoise. And Tortoise was like kind of one of the big bands in the Chicago scene that they were on Thrill Jockey. And Thrill Jockey, Drag City, and Touch and Go were like the three big kind of Chicago band labels, I feel like.
Yeah.
Tortoise was always doing stuff with like jazzier kind of people and stuff like that.
A little more experimental.
Yeah, and it was mainly John McIntyre's band. He was kind of the main guy, but Dave Pajo is playing guitar. I can't remember if he's on the debut. I don't think he is, and that's probably why I picked their second record called "Millions Now Living Will Never Die," which is really interesting song title. And just to kind of give you, a lot of their songs they're mostly instrumental, if not all of them, unless they team up with somebody that has kind of vocals, and so it's mostly. This sort of exercise and kind of jazzy, indie rock, math rock. It's kind of all that sort of stuff. I know. Were you ever a big Tortoise fan?
I had a couple records.
Okay.
I didn't like jump on hard or anything, but I enjoyed some of the stuff.
It was like good to like listen to when you're working at the record store type shit because it was like good incidental like background music that just like was inoffensive but had good energy and things like that. Yeah. And there was times where I would go through kind of like jazzy indie rock kind of stuff, and a lot of that was coming out of Chicago.
It's a good jazz town.
Yeah, and
Blues
you had Fred Anderson, and you had some of that kind of stuff that was going on.
Drake and all that stuff from there.
Yeah. So there was like a lot of cool things happening there. Out of what was the place that was it the Empty Bottle? What was the place Fred Anderson would do a lot of recordings? It was a famous jazz club in Chicago, and.
Empty Bottle sounds like a good.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Good blues jazz.
But this record came out in 96, and like I said, Dave Pajo's on guitar. The song "Taut and Tame" that we're going to listen to, the Taut and the Tame, was written by a guy named Bundy K. Brown, and he was another guy that was in Gaster del Sol. And so, Gaster del Sol was hanging out with Jim O'Rourke, and then Jim O'Rourke he joined up with Sonic Youth at one point. So these scenes are all. I don't know, New York, Chicago, Louisville, Detroit probably had some kind of interwoven connections.
Just like the death metal scene.
Yep, absolutely.
Like you've got Chris Reifert and from out west, and you've got Chuck from Florida. Eventually they get together. It's all
then
like
you got the New York
mindsets.
stuff, and yep, absolutely. So
I mean, dudes from Impulsion went down for the Death Summer, and in '86, and
and you even got the Canadian stuff where Chuck was up with Slaughter and some of that kind of stuff too. Yeah. So this is just a kind of a fun little instrumental sort of tune. And then it's going to go to three bands that we picked out that are not directly connected to Slint, but really sort of take the torch of what Slint is all about kind of into the future. And the first one is the aforementioned Botch. Botch was a quote-unquote metalcore band, I guess, but to me they were like beyond that. They were like Converge, in terms of like being interesting, or Until Your Heart Stops Caving, in terms of like an amalgamation of ideas.
Or that era of stuff is so weird to try to because I think the whole idea of calling stuff hardcore again is a misguided. It's post-hardcore as far as I'm concerned.
Sure. Yeah, because hardcore is too limiting to what these bands were sort of doing.
That was like a very small, like little, like punk seems like more of a broad net to cast, but hardcore, that was like 5 years in late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah, it was like 79 to like 84 or something like that. Yep.
And none of the bands kept going. they turned into something else.
Yeah. Well, it's like punk turned into new wave, or stuff like that. Yeah, same kind of thing.
But heavy metal is the thing that has the crazy longevity.
Yeah.
But this stuff, I'm just trying to say, this stuff is on in my mind, is on a higher echelon than a lot of that, like Red Roses for Blue Lady and all this crap like nobody ever gives a shit about.
Well, I think you had like metalcore stuff that was derivative from At the Gates, Slaughter the Soul, and then you had the stuff that was already in existence before.
Yeah.
And I feel like Botch and Converge and Cave In and Kiss It Goodbye. There were a handful of bands that I can still listen to and not be like kind of slightly embarrassed. And a lot of that stuff that I was into, I'm a little bit more forgiving, I think, than you are. And Coughlin's the most discriminate. He's the least discriminatory, probably.
Well, that was like his entry point. Too,
absolutely,
so it makes sense.
And I
could listen to the shittiest fucking Swedish death metal band from '91, and I'm like, this is pretty cool.
And I get that. So it was a thing for a moment, and I feel like I think what was kind of neat is like we were kind of on the cutting edge of that.
Yeah.
And so like, but then it quickly got tired. It was like within a year, you were like, okay, this has sort of played itself out.
Yeah. Like Converge and Botch and a couple things like stuck around, but
even Botch, this is 2002 and it's their goodbye.
Yeah.
So they were kind of in and out. They were in the late 90s and then they were kind of part of it, but they were kind of like saying goodbye.
You could even throw Keelhaul in that like Slint thing.
Yeah. Yeah. It's mathy.
With how jazzy
very
and shit it was.
Yeah. And yep. It's like mathcore, sludgecore, right?
Yeah.
It's just kind of yes, Keelhaul for sure could be an antecedent to that, But like with
a mix of the hardcore and AMREP bands and all that kind of shit. So
and like on the Botch's second record, We Are the Romans, which is for all intents and purposes kind of considered to be their masterpiece. I think it was Decibel Hall of Fame and all that kind of stuff. I mean, they had sung the C. Thomas Howell as the Soul Man, which is such a great title. That had that really crazy Brave Murder Day like kind of breakdown in it. That like minor chord kind of thing. That was just like incredible. And so like that's what turned me on to Botch. But I think this album caught me off guard a ton. This EP that they end it with called An Anthology of Dead Ends, and this was sort of like Spiderland in that I think it was more or less released posthumous when the band was basically either breaking up or like in the process of breaking up. So it's a definite goodbye song.
Is that a Hydra Head release?
It is.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a Hydra Head. And so, put out in 2002. And the name of the song is called Afghamistam, which is basically all the... So Spain, Japan, France, Vietnam, Afghanistan, and Nicaragua are the song titles. So they're having...
Drunk Uncle?
They're basically just putting an M in every single...
Instead of an M?
Again, I don't know. You'd have to... I don't know what the whole concept is behind it because it's kind of a mysterious thing. But this, to me, if you told me that this was a modern-day Slint song, I would almost believe it. Just the vocals are very ethereal, very spoken. It has that melancholy. It's got the sort of loud, quiet kind of dynamics kind of working for it. And,
when we were listening to this a little bit earlier, I said I think Brian's guitar playing sounds like he approaches it like a piano. Because the Botch brought in the piano, which I think in retrospect would work even in Spiderland.
Yeah. And it goes back to like, a lot of the old Delta blues stuff kind of had like jangling kind of pianos and different things in it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The sort of old 30s jazz and blues.
More so like because bass wasn't really a thing as much.
Not so much.
That's like the accompanying instrument.
And you rarely had like a full band in Delta blues. It was mainly just like usually one guy versus the world. It was him and his guitar. But if he ever had like any kind of thing else, it would be some of that kind of stuff. And so from Tortoise and Botch, then we go to June of 44. And this is a band that I think it was one of the Ben Bracken, a guy we mentioned before that we worked with and that Mark and I both went to high school with. I think it was something he maybe turned me on to when I went to the record store Encore in Ann Arbor, and he would just like throw piles of like weird indie rock. He's like, "Do you have this?" I'm like, "No." He's like, "You got to buy this." I'm like, "Okay." But I think you got more into these guys than I did probably later on. I think.
That was that was a thing through the...
Was that through the Professor?
The Professor, yeah.
So what's your thoughts on June of 44? This is their debut we're talking about, Engine Takes to the Water, which is probably the most Slintish thing they did.
I liked it a lot. Well, that's the only one I actually re-listened to.
Oh, okay. Got it. Some of their later
recently.
stuff is more for Carnation. It's a little more...
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I liked it a lot at the time, and now it seems really derivative.
Really?
Yeah.
So
Like
you
so much
listened to
so
it
where I
recently?
don't really appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't pull it out very often. I just... they thank Brian McMahon in it.
They should.
Yeah, they should. Yeah. This is a one that's
Even like the
on-
nautical shit. It's like...
Yeah, that's true.
Yep,
nautical. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. The ship stuff. Yep. Yeah, the tune we're gonna play is I'm looking Pale Horse Sailor, Have a Safe Trip, Dear. Yeah, so it's all that kind of.
I mean,
stuff.
I get it. It's like Darkest Hour and At the Gates, you know.
Yeah, that's true.
Why listen to Darkest Hour when you have At the
When
Gates?
you can listen at the Gates.
Yeah, but if it's like you're a kid and this is like your band that you discovered, then that's totally cool.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, they're another band from Louisville for sure. But they put this out on Quarter Stick Records, which is another of the cool Chicago labels. I think the Rachels were on Quarter Stick. There's a few other kind of like lesser kind of indie rock bands and stuff. And so that gives you a little flavor. That record's from '95. And then we'll end this set with Mogwai. And Mogwai I've mentioned before, but this is from their debut called Young Team from '97. And they're Scottish dudes. And they first put this out on Chemical Underground Records. And really what you got to listen to with Like Herod is kind of like Neurosis, is it's all about the build. It's about the sort of payoffs.
And release at the end.
Yeah, it's about kind of near the 4-minute mark is where like, boom, it's sort of the sonic wave sort of hits. And it's
But the jangle is what the... I don't know if any other... Slint might have made the jangle like the most like contemplative... It's like it's something else is going to come of it.
Yeah.
It's not just like a full chord. It's still stopping everything short because it almost keeps you on edge.
It's anticipatory to that something else is going to like emerge later. Yeah. It's a portent to the future or foreshadowing or something. Yeah. It has this sort of creeping kind of horror movie kind of like an intent to it or whatever. So our guest star, the dog,
like
he's
dog.
growling at something, some irrational ghost.
I'm 12 and I'm dumb.
Yeah. So, but anyways, we'll get into it. We'll talk more about Mogwai because Mogwai kind of fits with the band that we're going to sort of end with probably the most. So we've got Tortoises, a Taut, and Tame from Millions Now Living Will Never Die from '96. And then we kind of leave the members of Slint and just go into a handful of bands that were kind of influenced by that Spiderland record. We've got Botch's Afghamistam, June of '44's June Miller, and Mogwai's Like Herod.
us down into especially during winter. Just turning on sounds and usually by this time you've gotten to buildings, you're in the clear to action through places across pretty mountains down into across the especially during winter. Just turning on sounds usually by this time you've gotten to buildings, you're in the clear to action through places across.
That was Like Herod from Mogwai, June Miller from June of 44, Afghamistam from Botch, and the Taut and Tame from Tortoise. The Taut and Tame sounds like something from like a Shakespeare quote or something.
The
Taming
of the Shrew.
or something. Yeah, it's just kind of got a feel to it. But so yeah, Mogwai's a band I've always been really big into since I first kind of discovered them. I think you I don't think it took much to get you into Mogwai. I think most
Christmas
of us,
Steps is what got me into Mogwai.
Oh, from Christmas Steps from the EP, the +2 EP. Yeah. I know.
That's the first thing I heard that I was like, oh, I dig this.
I remember playing that song on my radio show. Trevor came in, and Trevor was
he might have been part of the thing.
Yeah,
too.
he might have turned us on to it. I think I got the Rock Action promo because I was being served by Matador, and I liked the feel of it. It had a lot of that building tension, kind of release kind of thing, but it was almost like
Didn't
more
we hear
beautiful.
That before? Was that the first thing we heard?
That's the first time I remember really, really getting into it. Maybe Trevor played us songs and we just didn't buy it until
I think he played us Christmas Steps because he thought that would like turn us on to it.
And I think it did. And then I think right around that time, maybe Rock Action came out.
And that that was like a game changer.
That was big.
Yeah.
Big.
I haven't listened to that in a long time.
It's great. It still holds up. There's a freaking song on it that's just like still hauntingly beautiful. But like Herod's more, they could do these sort of like long instrumental type tunes as well. And they actually ended up putting out the My Father, My King EP. That was one 20-minute long song that was just... It was as heavy as anything like ISIS was putting out at the time, which was like really shocking.
Wasn't there a weird something weird about the packaging for that?
It was all white. You might be thinking honestly of the packaging to Rock Action, because the packaging to Rock Action, the inner sleeve,
that was
this
like a
little
vellum
part,
thing.
It was like plastic. It was a hard piece of plastic that you could pull out that went over it. So maybe that's what you were thinking of.
But I'm almost positive that.
Yeah, I've got My Father, My King upstairs. It was just
But I think like multiple formats were like that had a I think that was a outer sleeve that you could pull off.
Really?
And that was like a die cut for the Mogwai logo.
Oh.
Or that was an option for one of them. I just remember there being like several different options. I didn't want to pay for the expensive option.
I just had the one. So EP +6, which is where Christmas Steps came from, that was released the year before Rock Action. So it might have been
that would make sense.
Right,
so we were
before.
probably like raring to go when that thing came out.
But there's a song, Take Me Somewhere Nice, from Rock Action, and Dial Revenge. Those songs,
Dial Revenge is still around.
Those songs, like Take Me Somewhere Nice, if you like listen to that in the ride home, it's very Slinty as well, But I kind of wanted to play a heavier Mogwai song because, again, we're speaking to metal fans mostly, and so I know that you guys we're testing your patience with Tortoise and June of 44, but you're all bright fans. You kind of know where we're taking.
Or if you
this.
don't want to, you don't have to listen to the episode.
That's true. Yeah, but we want you
we'll
to.
do other ones.
We want you to. I want you to appreciate.
I think
Mogwai.
even if people don't necessarily like it, they'll still listen to the episode for context.
We hope so. Yeah,
I hope so.
But Mogwai is a band that if you're into Neurosis, but you've never made the venture over into indie rock, they're a pretty easy band to kind of like transition to. So. Young Team is a great record to start with. Rock Action's great. Happy Songs for Happy People is pretty awesome as well. Come and Die Young is good stuff. And then really that My Father, My King, to that singular song. If you like long, epic, arduous, the payoff's good. So.
Even Hawk is Howling and a bunch of other ones are all
sure.
They're all
Batcat.
There wasn't really a misstep, but there's only so many you really need.
Sure. I think the last one I bought was in 2011. Hardcore Will Never Die.
I think I just went Hawk is Howling is the last one.
Yeah, Hawk is Howling is pretty close to that. Hawk is Howling is 2008. So,
okay.
Yep. So you're right in that same trajectory.
But at Best Buy.
Did you?
Yeah,
that's pretty. Yeah. And that's the problem. I don't buy as much indie rock anymore because I don't hang out at record stores. And one of the reasons I would none of us are really out there seeking out new indie rock. I might read about a album here or there, but I
just haven't been impressed enough by anything that didn't sound derivative.
Sure, but I'm sure there's really good stuff. But you and I are spending most of our attention probably on metal history. You know what I mean? There's only so many eggs that I can put in so many baskets. And
there's only so many things that I haven't. How much new stuff really sounds that's
gonna really change your
I'd rather go back and I'm gonna completely jump into I'd got did a deep dive into like Dead Can Dance and
Sure.
Killing Joke and shit, like the first 2 records so far. But that I'm trying to like build that up.
As you should.
So-
because those are bands we sort of we didn't miss, but like we maybe didn't as appreciate as much in the time we were.
We didn't
kinda
have
like,
the tools to
we were playing
understand
with
it.
them. Yeah.
I think so.
And I think, and I've said this before, but really in terms of like newer music, outside of metal, the only genre that like continues to like sort of impress me is like on occasion is hip hop, because I think they've got the, whatever you want to call it, they've got the zeitgeist mantelpiece for being like an agent of change, whether it's like Run the Jewels, like singing about people putting, cops putting their knees on necks, and like Kendrick Lamar talking, like, not all hip hop. There's a lot of hip hop I just hate and ignore, like newer shit. The stuff that like, my kids listen to is
there's
pretty,
like interesting
garbage,
alternative hip hop stuff.
Yeah.
It's like stuff I find interesting in passing, but I don't need to know any more about it.
See, now I'll spend some time with it, but yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it. But yeah, like stuff like that new Run the Jewels. There's a song that has Zach from Rage Against the Machine on it, and the chorus is "Look at all these slave masters on my dollar," and it's awesome. It's just like such a it makes me want to go and like burn shit down a little bit. So, which is the feeling I had as a freshman when we.
Well,
listened
if you want
Rage
to burn
Against the Machine.
any money that has those on it, I'll take it from you before you do it, and I'll give you something else.
Yeah. I won't burn my.
I've got
I'm
some
not gonna burn my
Tide
house
Pot at
down.
home if you want to trade.
But the last song we're going to play is probably it's honestly a band I know a lot of metalheads are into because of how dark it is, but it could also be a band that is very far off your radar screen. And it's a band I know that I think because of how long the songs are, there's really not a great context for us to probably ever do justice to a Godspeed You Black Emperor show. So I don't see it in the foreseeable future. So I thought this would be like an interesting song just to sort of throw at people at the very end, because they are such I don't know how you define them. They're dark soundtrack, orchestral.
It's like postmodern classical music or something. It's weird.
Like that. Yeah.
Like if John Cage lived now, this is what he'd be doing.
Something like that, or some of the Charles Ives, or some of like it always reminds me of like my favorite modern-ish composer is a guy that Mike Johnston, who's been on our show a few times, got me into, Toru Takemitsu, who scored like some Kurosawas and some other things, but it's always like
45 years ago.
Yeah. No, he did Ron in the 80s. So
Okay.
So 83, but it's still
The terms are funny though, like modern.
modern. I know.
Yeah.
Let me just say
Compared
this.
to the 1700s.
I don't dabble a lot in modern classical music. Morton Feldman, I like him a lot too.
Yeah.
But Godspeed You Black Emperor kind of fits with that. But it does sound like really dark soundtrack music. It's the kind of thing you would hear in like Lynch movies or something
performance
like that.
art music or something. Or I could see something like the stupid when Frost did his little arm cutting thing.
Yeah,
like,
this would be like the music sort of playing.
That could make it a little more poignant.
And I could see a lot of black metal dudes being into this when it came out, and they probably were, whether they admitted it or not, because it has like that kind of over-the-top, bombastic, atmospheric qualities that like a Burzum record might have had. The same kind of feeling.
Well, we know that Europeans have a much less prejudiced musical taste than Americans do, I think.
Sure.
All those black metal dudes love fucking techno and house music too.
Yeah.
And I think we're the ones that really perpetuate that kind of stupid shit.
Yeah. No, you're not wrong. I mean, clearly like Garm, when he started to go into that with Ulver and stuff like that.
Fenris has a huge collection of that. Like, that's just like a cultural thing that we don't understand. Like that, like house trance music, like it was kind of created in Detroit and Chicago, and I really don't have any appreciation for it at all.
And some of it I get, like the mood change it can bring about, because I get it sometimes from like when I listen like synthwave a little bit, when I listen to like a bunch of Carpenter Brute, it can like kind of alter the sort of feelings you have, because it is like a darker soundtrack kind of music or something like that. But their debut is called F hashtag a hashtag, whatever that is.
Well, I think those are musical staffs.
Yeah, so it's like what, F sharp? Is it? I think
I'm not sure what the
I think
pound
it's sharp.
sign means.
F sharp, A sharp.
Okay.
So there you go. But the name of the tune that we're going to end with is called The Dead Flag Blues. And this is, for me, it's like my favorite Godspeed song. It's very harrowing.
Are these guys Canadian?
Yeah, they're from Montreal.
Okay.
And so there was a whole Montreal kind of scene that sort of grew out of this. There was some I have a bunch of the music upstairs. And
Silver Mount Zion.
Silver Mount Zion. There was some that was a little more on the poppier side that came out of that Montreal scene, of Montreal, I believe. But I don't know how connected they are to this.
Yeah.
There was like, oh boy, I have so many of these CDs upstairs. I just can't, because I haven't thought of
all of
them
them
in
are like
20 years.
weird little slim lines too that get lost in the spines
you gotta
of your
like,
CDs.
yeah, or they don't fit in normal CD
But I used to have
shelves
like
and things like
probably
that.
8 Silver Mount Zion things.
Yeah, I still have probably a handful of them, and they're really good when you pull them off. But it's definitely mood music. You know, it's not something you. But I urge you, if you got a chance and you can put on headphones and turn the lights off and just listen.
If you want to take like some psilocybin and listen to that, I think that would change your life.
Well, and I think this Godspeed song we're about to hear is pretty harrowing, and like that's where I heard it one night where I was listening.
This is with a spoken word, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. This is real good.
This
it's a Native American guy speaking.
Yeah. And it's basically this ominous intro, and apparently it comes from the unfinished screenplay by the guitarist Ephraim Menick. And the speaker is describing a derelict city where their government's corrupt and the inhabitants are drunk. So something we can't relate to. And so it's kind of happening. And supposedly, from what I've read, is Danny Boyle got way into this record, and he would listen to Dead Flag Blues, and that's kind of how he came up with the conception for 28 Days Later.
Makes
And
sense.
and I have the 28 Days Later score because I remember going to see the movie when I was student teaching in England, which was weird to see it with a bunch of British people because it's London, empty. You know what I mean? It was just kind of, they were like really freaked out. It really like got to them, you know? And I remember thinking, man, this music sounds like Mogwai or Godspeed You Black Emperor. The whole soundtrack just felt like ominous and had that feeling. And then reading later that Danny Boyle wanted that feeling, I was like, okay. Perfect.
Who ended up doing that soundtrack? Because I used to have that.
It's like some guy named like James somebody, but I think it features maybe one song that is either a Mogwai or a Godspeed thing. Let me look it up real quick. But yeah, it's somebody like kind of almost anonymous. John Murphy.
That's great. Because I remember getting that.
Did,
that was
yeah, In the House. That's my favorite song from it, and that's like the that song sounds like Godspeed You Black Emperor. So if you like this and you like 28 Days Later, go back and listen to the song In the House in a heartbeat, and this is basically the feeling I get when I listen to Godspeed, where it's just this intensity, almost becomes like a whirling dervish kind of music.
Yeah,
where it's just like this hypnotic kind of.
It's almost like it's like fucking. Like the Hymn to the Apocalypse kind of shit. It's like has the power of like gospel music.
Yeah.
But like apocalyptic gospel music.
Well, and I got the chance. I don't think you went with us. Do you remember my friend Forrest, the chef?
Yeah.
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 He and we got tickets and we drove down and saw them at St. Andrews. I think it was St. Andrews, and that was like profound. It was really cool. Back in like 2001, 2002 or something like that. So,
yeah, I don't think I did. I saw Sigur Rós.
I think I went with you to see Sigur Rós.
Yeah,
Sigur Rós is another band that is connected to Slint as well.
Yeah.
You know, if you like that kind of atmospheric mono, the Japanese
me and
band.
a friend watched that stupid Will Ferrell movie, the Eurovision Song Contest movie that's on Netflix. And they're from Iceland in the movie.
Yeah.
So there's lots of Sigur Rós isms and talking about elves and
got it.
Lots of stereotypes of Icelandic people. So I think they must have had like a credit from the Icelandic government to get that movie.
Iceland's on my short list of like if a certain someone is reelected that I could go disappear to, like Iceland, New Zealand. Like I just want to go to a country where everybody's happy and like disconnected from what's going on the planet. And Iceland's like
they're pretty good about that.
Really got their shit straight. Yeah.
Well, their economy went in the toilet a couple years ago,
and they arrested all the like evil, corrupt bankers. Right, like they did the exact opposite of what we didn't do. You know what I mean? And like they're
gave them
happier
more
for
money.
it. Yeah, they're happier for it now and stuff. So it's, I don't know. So I gotta find an exit plan maybe. And so Iceland's on my short list. So who knows? Maybe it would be remote podcasting Iceland in America. But anyways, this is a good way to sort of end things. It's longer, but I think it's worth it. It's kind of like those longer Neurosis songs. If you have a chance, put some headphones on, kind of lose yourself in all this and stuff. So I'm sure we, may have changed a few minds with this. We may not have. So we, if you were patient enough to stick with us, we do appreciate that. Just realize that this was just sort of an adventure. And I think most of you like that we do things like, this or MC5 or, we're not afraid to come back off of a 4-part Hellenic extreme metal episodes and then do Kiss and Slint and other weird things. And so, but let us know what you thought. Shoot us an email at requiempodcast@gmail.com. Check us out on Twitter or on Facebook, Jason and Mark. You can follow on Facebook the History Heavy Metal Countdown, which is semi-daily posted. You can check us out the website and find a bunch of our old episodes. The first 160 episodes are up there, requiemmetal.com. You can get merch. You can get Mark's artwork. You can become a Patreon. There's
get a shopping bag.
Yeah, absolutely. We really should do masks. We should do masks.
I'll see if that's an option.
Yeah, I think it'd be cool. It'd be fun. I'd get one for sure. Free advertising. Yeah, if you want to make your own mask, just write it on a plain mask and just advertise us if you want. So, but actually, it would be more kind is if you became a patron. We would greatly appreciate that. We're going to be recording a new Patreon episode that deals with 1995 pretty soon. It'll probably be up by the time
you hear this, or probably before you.
I was going to say it'll be up when the Kiss episode goes up because we're recording Slint and Kiss at the same evening. And or you can go to patreon.com/Requiem Podcast and become a Patreon that way as well and get bonus episodes.
I don't know how many episodes up there right now, but each one's close to 3 hours long.
Yeah, we got
There's a good back
couple
catalog
years
for
worth
you.
of content. We've
Some
got
interviews and stuff.
Interview with Chuck Schullender from the Sound of Perseverance record. We're starting to put some of the radio shows that I did because I have them kind of streamed and things like that just for some bonus things. And you get access to, I don't know if all our patrons know this, but you actually I've shared the History Heavy Metal Countdown Google Doc page. You can't edit it, but it's up to 300 pages.
Yeah, if you got if you are pissed at your dad and you want to print it all out, man, go for it.
Or if you want to scroll back and see what kind of songs I was talking about in 1967, you got it. You can just scroll back to the beginning and click on
download
some
it on your
links.
iPad, and you can.
There you go. Yeah, and if you're a Spotify fan, if you're listening to us on Spotify, you can follow the Requiem Metal playlist on Spotify that our patron Brian Wendorf put together for us, and so very cool, very cool. So. For Slint, for Spiderland, for Indie Rock for Metalheads, Godspeed You Black Emperor, The Dead Flag Blues, I am Jason.
And I'm Mark, and if you don't like this episode, this is the vegetables you need to eat before you can have your dessert of Kiss.
You got it. You got it.
Is on fire, and there's no driver at the wheel. And the sewers are all muddied with 1,000 lonely suicides. And a dark wind blows. The government is corrupt. And we're on so many drugs with the radio on and the curtains drawn. We're trapped in the belly of this horrible machine, and the machine is bleeding to death. The sun has fallen down, and the billboards are all leering, and the flags are all dead at the top of their poles. It went like this. The buildings toppled in on themselves. Mothers clutching babies picked through the rubble and pulled out their hair. The skyline was beautiful on fire. All twisted metal stretching upwards. Everything washed in a thin orange haze. I said, kiss me, you're beautiful. These are truly the last days. You grabbed my hand, and we fell into it, like a daydream or a fever. For sure it's the valley of death. I open up my wallet, and it's full of blood.